Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
We're ready to continue in the evidentiary phase of this trial, the people's case in chief, and so we're going to jump right into it. So, Mr. DeMar, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, people call Heather Tomczyk to the stand.
Okay, let's get the witness. Good morning. Yeah, come on into the podium here. Thank you for being here. The clerk will administer the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear that you are to give the cause not been before the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can be seated. Take your first and last name for the record. It's spelled in both.
Heather Tomczyk, HeatherTomczyk.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. DeMar, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Tomczyk.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
I work at the California Department of Justice Bureau of Forensic Services Laboratory in Sacramento.
What do you do there?
I am a criminalist,
How long have you been a criminalist?
approximately 16 years.
And what do you do as a criminalist?
I am currently assigned to the biology and DNA unit.
What's that?
I examine items of evidence for body fluid identification, like blood and semen, and I perform DNA testing on items.
When you perform DNA testing, are you performing typically an analysis to try to identify a contributor to the DNA?
Yes.
And yesterday we heard from a criminalist with the Sacramento County District Attorney's crime lab a little bit about her education, training, experience to be a criminalist. So let's hear about yours. What steps have you taken to prepare yourself for the position you're in today?
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry that I received from the California State University in Sacramento. Once hired as a criminalist, I then completed on-the-job training over the course of approximately 9 months, in which I analyzed mock case samples as if they were evidence for body fluid identification and DNA, as well as taking numerous courses from the California Criminalistics Institute over topics covering DNA typing, body fluid ID, crime scene processing, and things like that.
And as part of your training and experience, do you have to engage in continued training with your employment with Cal DOJ?
Yes, every year I am required to keep up with approximately 8 hours of continuing education.
Do you belong to any professional associations?
I am certified in the area of forensic DNA by the American Board of Criminalists.
Do you do any teaching or instruction as part of your job?
Sometimes I'm involved in assisting training law enforcement agencies over our DNA processes.
During the course of your 16 years, as you mentioned that you do DNA analysis, roughly how many DNA samples have you analyzed?
I don't keep a current record, but thousands.
As part of your analysis, have you ever made a reference profile?
Yes.
And have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 45
And in what field?
in DNA.
Here at this time, I'd like to offer Ms. Tomczyk as an expert in DNA analysis.
Any voir dire?
There you are.
We have a qualified expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Tomczyk, I want to talk about your involvement in the investigation related to a series of stabbings in the city of Davis from April 27th, April 29th, and May 1st of 2023. Did you perform analysis on pieces of evidence that were submitted to your lab?
Yes, I did.
And was the purpose in doing so, or excuse me, was the purpose of your analysis to try to identify, let me step back, rephrase this. Were you analyzing DNA samples or swabs to identify a potential contributor to that?
Yes, I was.
Did you write reports of your findings?
Yes, I did.
So I'm going to show you People's Exhibits 14A, 14B, 14C, 14D, and 14E. Paper turn.
Okay.
If you wouldn't mind looking through this, starting with 14A. What is 14A?
14A is one of the first reports that I authored in regards to this analysis.
What's that analysis of?
I analyzed swabs that were labeled as different grade areas. I examined a knife. I examined swabs from a sweater and from a towel. And I also analyzed reference samples from 2 individuals.
And what is 14B?
14B is where I examined items from swabs from a computer, a bathroom sink, and a tub drain.
What is 14C?
14C is where I examined swabs from a left hand grip and a right hand grip of a black bicycle.
14D?
This is the report that I authored regarding the reference profile that was obtained for David Breaux.
And 14E?
And this is the report that I authored in regards to a reference profile that I obtained from Karim, Abou, Najm.
And you authored all of these reports, correct?
Yes.
With these reports, do you make them in the regular course of your employment as a criminalist?
Yes, I do.
Do you make the reports at or near the time that you complete your analysis?
Yes, I do.
You could tell us how these reports are generated.
During the course of my analysis in the laboratory, I keep notes. I call them bench notes, in which I write notes about what my findings are in the laboratory. I go through my data, and then I use those notes and that data to generate a report that is the conclusion of those findings.
And those are the sources of information you use to generate that report?
Yes.
What do you do to ensure the accuracy of your work and your reports?
At the end of my writing of my report, the entire case packet is submitted to my laboratory for review. It goes through a technical review in which another qualified DNA analyst goes through every step of the process to ensure that they agree with my findings and my results, and that my report is accurate. And then after that, it goes through administrative review, in which it's gone through again from front to back to make sure all of the administrative functions are accurate before the report is released to the law enforcement agencies.
And are you custodian of records for those reports?
Yes, the laboratory is.
And you have access to those and can provide those to other agencies and to law enforcement as well?
Yes.
All right, approach with People's Exhibit 74.
Okay.
I'll give you People's Exhibit 74. We'll grab these quickly.
Okay.
And do you recognize 74?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
These are pages from my laboratory notes. I have the case number from our laboratory and the date and my initials on each page.
And so did you produce that document?
Yes, I did.
And what's that a document of?
This is a document of my examination of a knife in the laboratory.
And is that a knife that you ended up doing a DNA analysis on from People's Exhibit 14A?
Yes.
And is that a very accurate copy of your notes and pictures of that knife?
Yes.
So, take that from me. Do you have copies of these with you, or?
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect.
May I refer to them as we go through?
I will hold on to these.
Okay.
So, I'm probably going to go in reverse order here for a second. And so you had mentioned that in reviewing People's Exhibits 14D and 14E, you did analysis, or you had reference samples for Mr. David Breaux and Mr. Karim Abou Najm, correct?
Yes.
And so, did those reference samples, did they come in as like DNA cards or blood cards?
May I refer to my reports?
If that were refresh your recollection.
Thank you. So the reference from David Breaux did come in as a reference blood stain card. So it would have been a card with blood on it. And then the reference from Mr. Abou Najm were swabs.
When you say swab, we're referring to those, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, the buccal swabs?
Yes.
And those are the ones that are taken with the Q-tip in the mouth?
Yes, they would be on the inside of the cheek to get DNA from that person.
And so you created, is it fair to say you created your own reference profiles for each individual?
I analyzed them and generated the profile, yes.
At some point during your analysis, did you also create a reference profile for Ms. Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
Referring to my report, that was also, it was a reference buccal sample, so a sample from the inside of her cheek, processed that for DNA and generated a profile.
And did you do the same for Mr. Reales Dominguez as well?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
The same thing, I believe it was swab Mr. Dominguez that I processed for DNA in order to obtain a DNA profile.
And is that referenced in People's Exhibit 14A?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to switch back from the reference samples to your analysis. And I'm going to start with knife and showing you People's 34.
Okay. Did you want me to open it?
Is it good? Now that you got your gloves on? And looking at People's Exhibit 34, so you have the box open. Do you recognize that knife?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize this as the knife that I examined. I also recognize the box by the markers that I wrote on the box on the date of my examination.
Okay. And your examination, did that take place starting June 19th of 2023?
My examination on this knife began on June 20th of 2023.
Great, thank you. I'll treat the knife from you. So let's start with going through your analysis of the knife itself. You said you have a copy of People's Exhibit 14A with you?
Yes.
Great. All right, so in looking at the knife, actually, I'll turn this one as well. Were there a particular area, well, I should start, when you observed the knife, did you see any potential evidence that would lead you to believe you would find DNA or be able to identify a contributor to that?
When I examined the knife, I looked at it with my visual eye as well as bright lights, and I examined numerous areas with reddish-brown staining that appeared to be possible blood over numerous areas of the knife, including the blade and the handle.
And so when you were analyzing this knife, and actually, let me show you permission to publish People's 74, Your Honor.
That's the picture, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Looking at People's 34, and I'm just talking, is this the knife that we just showed you in People's, this is 74, so what we showed you in People's Exhibit 34?
Yes.
And so when the knife came to you, it was in similar condition, being zip tied into the box, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Once you removed the knife and started to inspect it, can you identify us where some of the areas were that you saw potential DNA?
I saw reddish-brown staining over areas on both sides of the blade. There was staining near the tip of the blade, as well as on the area where the handle meets the blade, near the hilt. There's a crease in there. I could see red-brown staining in there. And then on the handle of the knife itself, there are creases going along the handle, and it appeared that there was red-brown stains within those creases as well.
Now, in looking at that exhibit, let's just switch pages really quickly. Oh, turn that off. That's okay. I can read the projector one more time, sorry. Thank you. All right, looking at these second page of People's 74. On looking at side A, the handle, and then side A, the blade, are you able to, with the laser pointer, identify where you were, the area you were just talking about?
So looking first at the blade, this tip area right here, there was a reddish brown here that I was able to collect for DNA. Then over in this area here, there was reddish brown staining. And then along the center of the blade as well, there's a divot where I was able to observe reddish brown staining. And then looking at the handle, it's hard to tell in this picture on the screen, but there are creases along, and with a light I could look in and see that there was staining there as well.
Now, I'm going to approach with People's 37, and this is a dull version of the same knife, and you're just talking about, and I should say, whoops. Does this look like the same knife?
Yes.
So I'll hand you that.
Okay.
This dull. So the creases in the handle, show to the jury where those creases in the handle are.
So along this handle here, there's creases. They're evenly spaced all along the handle from here to here.
Yeah, just remember that's a blue, what is that blue marker tape that's not on the,
Correct. No,
Yeah.
no, it's not that.
okay, exhibit 34, yeah, it's not on there, okay.
And so when you analyzed people's 30 natural knife, it didn't have any tape on it.
That is correct. There was no tape.
All right, so switching to the third page of 74. Thank you. Zoom out a little bit. And now looking at 34 on these photographs, is there anything of significance that you documented or notated in your observations?
So these pages of my notes are where I'm showing that I used a swab, which again is like a Q-tip, a wooden stick with a Q-tip end, and I wet that with a little bit of water to collect the red-brown staining from those different areas. So, for example, the one on the tip here and the bottom, that was collected and that was processed for DNA. And then the same goes for the different areas that are circled and notated in these pages.
Moving to page 4. Now, the top photo, what are we looking at there?
The top photo is the opposite side of the handle of that same knife,
Okay, and then the bottom photo?
is the opposite side of the blade of the same knife.
Now, those areas that we have circled with that white marker, so is that an area that you ended up also swabbing or identifying potential DNA?
Yes.
And so in those areas, how did you, so you talked about actually swabbing it, what process did you use to analyze whether there was DNA that could be linked to one of the reference samples or potential contributors?
I processed each of those swabs through the DNA typing process and analyzed them to determine if they were samples that could be interpreted for contributors.
So I want to go through each of the areas you just talked about on that knife before I switch to different items of evidence that you analyzed. So look at the knife itself. The area, the apparent blood that you saw from the tip of one side of the blade. In your analysis, were you able to determine whether there were any contributors to that?
Yes, I did obtain a mixture from 3 contributors from that section.
Okay, and were you able to narrow those contributors down based on your reference samples that we talked about?
I was able to make comparisons and calculate statistics in regards to those.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When you say statistics, what are we talking about?
I am talking about a likelihood ratio that I calculate that evaluates the mixture to determine if it is support for inclusion of a contributor versus support for inclusion of a random person in that mixture.
Okay, so when you say support for inclusion, meaning, if I got this right, support that a specific person left their DNA on this item.
It's support that I would see these results, or it's the evidence that I would see these results if the mixture was of that person.
Understood. And so, specifically from the tip of the knife, what were your results?
Okay. So I calculated a likelihood ratio for each of those individuals, and is it okay if I read those numbers from my report?
With the honor's permission, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So the likelihood ratio that I calculated for Mr. Abou Najm was 1100, which means it is 1,100 times more likely to observe these DNA results if Mr. Abou Najm and 2 unknowns are contributors to that mixture than if 3 unknowns were the contributors. I calculated a likelihood ratio of 1/37 for Mr. Breaux, and that means that it is 37 times more likely to obtain this mixture if 3 unknowns are contributors than if David Breaux is a contributor. I calculated a likelihood ratio of 2.4 times 10 to the 23 for Mr. Dominguez, which means that the evidence profile is 2.4 times 10 to the 23 times more likely to be observed if Mr. Dominguez is a contributor to the mixture than if 3 unknowns are contributors to the mixture. And then I calculated a likelihood ratio of 1.6 for Miss Guillory, which means it's an uninformative statistic for this, meaning that there's no support for inclusion or exclusion with a likelihood ratio of that value.
Okay, so going back, maybe the overhead again. All right, so when we're talking about these results, we're talking about the results for, is it this portion of the knife right here?
It's on the opposite side of the blade. So that is 97B1. The ones we were just referring to was 97A1.
So more of this area right here.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so with the statistics, and correct me if I have this wrong, that you just gave us, does that give us very strong support for inclusion of Mr. Dominguez?
Based on the evaluation of 3 contributors to that mixture, yes, it is very strong support for his inclusion versus 3 unknown contributors.
And as it relates to Mr. Karim Abou Najm, is it a moderate support for inclusion of him as well?
It is moderate support with that likelihood ratio, yes.
And so to break it down for Mr. Breaux and Ms. Guillory, those statistics provide limited support for exclusion on Mr. Breaux?
Yes, it's limited support that he is not a contributor to that mixture based on that evaluation.
And based on what you said about Ms. Guillory, that would be no support for exclusion or inclusion on the tip of the knife, correct?
Yes.
All right, so going to item 97A2, and this was in the blood from, or suspected blood from the center divot on one side of the blade. And bring up the photograph again. We talk about the divot in this object, we're talking about this area right here, correct?
Yes.
Right. What did your analysis of the divot produce?
On that side of the divot, I also obtained a mixture of 3 contributors, and I evaluated that mixture for the inclusion or exclusion of those 4 individuals by calculating likelihood ratios.
Okay, and so let's focus on, actually, I just asked you, what were your results?
Okay. The likelihood ratio that I calculated for Mr. Abou Najm was 8.2 times 10 to the 22, meaning that assuming 3 contributors, the evidence profile is 8.2 times 10 to the 22 times more likely to be observed if Mr. Abou Najm and 2 unknowns are contributors than if 3 unknowns are the contributors.
What about Ms. Guillory?
I calculated a likelihood ratio of 1.7 times 10 to the 22, meaning that the evidence profile is 1.7 times 10 to the 22 times more likely to be observed if Miss Guillory is the contributor with 2 unknowns versus 3 unknowns being the contributors.
And based on those numbers, when we say 10 to the 22, we're talking about the number of zeros afterwards on this number.
Correct.
So based on your analysis, would that be very strong support of inclusion?
Yes, the very strong support for inclusion is a number that we've calculated that's over 1 million.
Now, as it relates to Mr. Carlos Dominguez, what were your results on this analysis for this portion of the knife?
The likelihood ratio that I calculated for Mr. Dominguez was 1,700, which is moderate support for inclusion. The evidence profile is 1,700 times more likely to be observed if Mr. Dominguez and 2 unknowns are contributors than if 3 unknowns are the contributors.
And what about Mr. David Breaux?
I calculated a likelihood ratio of 0, which means that Mr. Breaux is excluded as being a contributor to that mixture.
Now, in your next analysis in 97A3, that was where you had suspected blood on the hilt or the blade of the intersection of the knife, correct?
Yes.
And so looking at 74, this is this area that we're talking about right now.
Yes, again, it was on the opposite side of the knife, so probably the photo up above. Yes, so that particular area was the 97A3.
It's the upper left-hand photograph on people 74. And so I should ask, every time you're doing an analysis, you're doing the same process for each portion of the knife to determine contributors?
Yes, if I determine if it is a mixture that can be interpreted, I determine how many contributors are in that mixture, and then I make comparisons by calculating a likelihood ratio for each individual.
So on this portion of the knife, what were the results?
I calculated a likelihood ratio for Mr. Abou Najm of 1.6 times 10 to the 21. So again, assuming 3 contributors, the evidence profile is 1.6 times 10 to the 21 times more likely to be observed if Mr. Abou Najm and 2 unknowns are the contributors than if 3 unknowns are the contributors. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, is it related to Ms. Guillory?
Ms. Guillory, the likelihood ratio I calculated was 8.3 times 10 to the 10, which is 83 billion. So again, just putting her name into that same situation, the evidence profile is 83 billion times more likely to be observed if Ms. 3 and 2 unknowns are the contributors than if 3 unknowns are the contributors.
So the result of your findings, to summarize that, would be very strong support for inclusion of both Mr. Abou Najm and Ms. Guillory.
Yes.
Right. How about for Mr. Carlos Dominguez?
Mr. Dominguez, the likelihood ratio I calculated for the item was 8,200. So it is 8.2 times 10 to the 3rd times more likely to observe this mixture if Mr. Dominguez is a contributor with 2 unknowns versus 3 unknowns are the contributors to that mixture.
And did you identify that as a moderate support for inclusion?
Yes.
How about for Mr. David Breaux?
The likelihood ratio that I calculated for that is 1 over 4,700, meaning that it is 4,700 times more likely to observe this DNA mixture if 3 unknowns are the contributors than if David Breaux is and 2 unknowns are the contributors, meaning it's moderate support for his exclusion to that mixture.
But unlike in 97A2, not a complete exclusion like you had talked about.
Correct.
So moving to 97A4, you talked about analyzing the handle for suspected blood as well.
Yes.
here, is this the area that you analyzed as well?
Yes, I swabbed specifically in the creases of each of those portions of the handle.
You say each of the creases, it looks like there's 10 or 11 creases in that handle. Did you swab each one individually?
No, I used one swab and just swabbed in the section altogether with one.
Understood. So what were the results of your analysis for the handle?
From the apparent blood from those creases, I also obtained a mixture of 3 contributors, in which I calculated likelihood ratios for Mr. Abou Najm, which was 1.3 times 10 to the 16th, 1.3 times 10 to the 16th times more likely to observe this mixture if Mr. Abou Najm and 2 unknowns are the contributors than if 3 unknowns are the contributors. Miss Guillory, I calculated a likelihood ratio of 1 over 190, meaning that it is 190 times more likely to observe this mixture if 3 unknowns are the contributors than if Miss Guillory is a contributor with 2 unknowns. And the likelihood ratio I calculated for Mr. Dominguez was 2.1 times 10 to the 16th, meaning it is 2.1 times 10 to the 16th times more likely to observe this mixture if Mr. Dominguez is a contributor with 2 unknowns versus 3 unknowns.
Does that result in, for Mr. Abou Najm and Mr. Dominguez, very strong support for inclusion?
Yes, it is.
And moderate support for exclusion for Ms. Guillory?
Yes.
And how about for Mr. Breaux?
Mr. Breaux, this was a likelihood ratio of 0 once again, so an exclusion as him being a contributor to that mixture.
Now, there was an area in 9785, the unstained area from the handle near the hilt on one side of the knife. Did you do an analysis of this area as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What were the results of your findings here?
The results of this findings were also a 3-person mixture in which I calculated likelihood ratios for each of those. Mr. Abou Najm's likelihood ratio was 7.0 times 10 to the 17th, meaning it is 7.0 times 10 to the 17th times more likely to observe these DNA results if Mr. Abou Najm and 2 unknowns are the contributors than if 3 unknowns are the contributors. For Miss Guillory, it is 950 times more likely to observe this mixture if Miss Guillory is a contributor than if 3 unknowns are the contributors. And for Mr. Dominguez, it is 5.2 times 10 to the 22 times more likely to observe these DNA results if Mr. Dominguez and 2 unknowns are the contributors than if 3 unknowns are the contributors.
All right, so my same question with this portion of the knife as with the other ones. Does that result in very strong support for inclusion of Mr. Abou Najm and Mr. Dominguez?
Yes, it does.
And is that moderate support for inclusion for Ms. Guillory?
Yes.
And is that very strong support for exclusion on Mr. Breaux?
Yes. I don't believe I read that statistic, if you'd like me to.
Oh, yes.
Okay. The statistic for Mr. Breaux was 1 over 1.8 times 10 to the 25, meaning that it is 1.8 times 10 to the 25 times more likely to observe this mixture if 3 unknowns are the contributors than if Mr. Breaux and 2 unknowns are contributors.
So, want to go now to 97B1, where was apparent blood from the tip of the opposite side of the knife. You looked at both sides of the tip of the knife, correct?
Yes.
And so, looking at this, what were the results that you obtained?
I also obtained a mixture of 3 individuals. And then I calculated likelihood ratios for each of these 4 contributors. The likelihood ratio for Mr. Abou Najm was 6,000, meaning it is the DNA results are 6,000 times more likely to be observed if Mr. Abou Najm and 2 unknowns are the contributors than if 3 unknowns are the contributors. The likelihood ratio for Mrs. Guillory was 8.4 times 10 to the 4. So it is, the DNA results are 84,000 times more likely to be observed if Miss Guillory and 2 unknowns are the contributors than if 3 unknowns are the contributors. And Mr. Dominguez's likelihood ratio was 6.7 times 10 to the 20, meaning it's 6.7 times 10 to the 20 times more likely to observe these DNA results if Mr. Dominguez is a contributor with 2 unknowns than if 3 unknowns. And the likelihood ratio for Mr. Breaux was 1/23, meaning it is 23 times more likely to observe these results if 3 unknowns are the contributors than if David Breaux and 2 unknowns are the contributors.
And as we learned yesterday, I'm not good with math. I'm better with words, maybe. So to break it down, I'll just go back. Is that very strong support for inclusion for Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
And is that strong support for inclusion for Ms. Guillory?
Yes.
Is that moderate support for inclusion on Mr. Abou?
Yes.
Is that limited support for exclusion on Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
Wait, Mr. Can you say your question again?
Oh yes, is that limited support for exclusion on Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
Now, a question based on this result is we have very strong support for inclusion and then for Mr. Dominguez, and then strong support for inclusion of Ms. Guillory. What's the difference between very strong and strong?
So when I calculate a likelihood ratio, I am then attempting to give weight to what that number means by giving you a verbal qualifier. So if I were to start at the number 1, meaning that it's the 2 propositions or the 2 alternate things that I'm weighing, they're even. They're equally as possible. The bigger the number that I get, the more support that it will be for one versus the other. So I'm giving you a scale. Is it moderate support? Is it strong support? Or is it very strong support? So we have a number, a scale that we use, and if it's over 1 million, that likelihood ratio is very strong support. I believe it's, may I look at my notes to get the actual numbers?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Numbers between 10,000 and less than 1 million are in the strong support range. Numbers between 100 but less than 10,000 we call moderate support. And then a number greater than 1 but less than 100 is limited support for inclusion.
Thank you. So back to your analysis. Let's go to the 97D2. Blood from the center divot on the opposite of the blade. So you did the divot on both sides of the blades.
Yes.
What were the results?
I obtained a mixture of 3 contributors and assessed them by calculating likelihood ratios. The likelihood ratio that I calculated for Mr. Abou Najm was 4.0 times 10 to the 12. So it is 4.0 times 10 to the 12 times more likely to observe these DNA results if Mr. Abou Najm is a contributor and 2 unknowns versus 3 unknowns are contributors to the mixture. The likelihood ratio for Miss Guillory was 4.3 times 10 to the 11, meaning the DNA results are 4.3 times 10 to the 11th times more likely to be observed if Miss Guillory and 2 unknowns are the contributors than if 3 unknowns are the contributors. The likelihood ratio for Mr. Dominguez was 1.1 times 10 to the 6th, meaning the DNA results are 1.1 times 10 to the 6th times more likely to be observed if Mr. Dominguez is a contributor than if 3 unknowns are the contributors. And then I calculated a likelihood ratio of 0 for David Breaux, meaning that he is excluded as being a contributor to this mixture.
All right. As it relates to Mr. Abou Najm and Mr. Dominguez, Dominguez, Ms. Guillory, that would be very strong support for inclusion.
Correct.
Right, moving to 97B3, apparent blood from near the hilt on the opposite side of the blade, so we switch to the other side. What were your results?
Again, a mixture of 3 contributors was obtained. The likelihood ratio that I calculated for Mr. Abu Najm is 1.2 times 10 to the 19, meaning it's 1.2 times 10 to the 19 times more likely to observe this mixture if Mr. Abu Najm and 2 unknowns are the contributors than if 3 unknowns. The likelihood ratio for Miss Guillory was 9.2 times 10 to the 10, meaning it's 9.2 times 10 to the 10.
Wait, can you slow down just a little bit? Sorry.
Yeah, no. 9.2 times 10 to the 10 times more likely to observe these DNA results if Miss Guillory and 2 unknowns are the contributors than if 3 unknowns are the contributors. And the likelihood ratio for Mr. Dominguez was 340 billion, or 3.4 times 10 to the 11 times more likely to observe this DNA mixture if Mr. Dominguez is a contributor than if 3 unknowns are the contributors. The likelihood ratio for Mr. Breaux, again, was 0, meaning that he is excluded as being a contributor to this mixture.
And so, for Mr. Abu Najm, Mr. Dominguez, and Ms. Guillory, results were very strong support for inclusion as well.
Yes.
All right, so 97B4,
How many more,
2 more on the knife.
okay.
So we're switching to something.
Right, we've got a feel for that. Are you going to offer this report into evidence? Can
Yes.
Siri just look at it later?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So, I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's do that. Yeah, move on to another article, another piece of evidence.
So, I guess my question would be, Ms. Tomczyk, with your analysis on the knife, a lot of the times, Mr. Breaux was either excluded or had support for exclusion. I want you to assume, hypothetical, that Mr. Breaux was stabbed 31 times. Based on, assuming that's true, would you expect a greater contribution of inclusion, if I'm saying this correctly, if the knife had not been cleaned?
Objection, complete hypothetical, vague is the date.
Okay, rephrase.
If an individual is assumed that David Breaux was stabbed on or about April 26th, April 27th of 2023, Mr. Karim Najm was stabbed on April 29th, and Ms. Guillory was stabbed on May 1st of 2023. Would you expect, Mr. Breaux stabbed 31 times, would you expect, based on your experience, a greater inclusion of blood unless the knife had been cleaned or something like that?
I mean, there's so many things that could have happened with a knife afterwards versus being cleaned, how it was handled, how it was stored, what it was used for after that event. But if there's not the DNA there, it would have gotten away somehow, but I can't say for certain that it was cleaned.
And so,
That's not really your area of expertise, is it?
Correct.
Right, you just test for DNA.
Right.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understand. If you had any training in that area,
No, I can't say whether it's cleaned or not.
okay, thanks.
so shifting gears to other pieces of evidence that you analyzed. Now, still on People's 14A, did you receive grid squares or DNA swabs off of grid squares from the Davis Police Department?
I received swabs that were labeled as being from different grid areas, yes.
And those were sample from grid areas C4 interior and exterior, B5 exterior, C5 exterior, and D5 exterior.
That is correct.
And so on these, when you were performing your analysis as well, on C4, B5, and C5, fair to say that there was uncertainty as to the number of contributors, so you didn't do any further interpretations of those.
That is correct.
Okay, but now I want to focus on the swab from grid area D5, the exterior. Were you able to produce results of the analysis of the DNA there?
I did obtain a mixture that I was able to interpret in that sample, yes.
Right, and that mixture that you were able to interpret, did you compare that to the reference sample, the same reference samples that we've been talking about?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moore, you lost me. Grid squares, can you give me an offer of proof what we're talking about?
Parts of the tent.
Parts of the tent. Okay, I just missed that, I'm sorry.
That's
Parts
okay.
of the tent, okay. Great, I'm with you now, thank you.
And so what was the results of your analysis here?
I obtained a mixture of 4 individuals on that sample, and comparing it to those 4 individuals, I calculated a likelihood ratio of 1/330 for Mr. Abou Najm, meaning that it is 330 times more likely to observe this mixture if 4 unknowns were the contributors than if Mr. Abou Najm and 3 unknowns were the contributors. I calculated a likelihood ratio for Mr. David Breaux of 2.1 times 10 to the 4. I'm sorry, 1/2.1 times 10 to the 4, meaning that it is 2.1 times 10 to the 4 times more likely to observe this mixture if 4 unknowns are the contributors than if David Breaux and 3 unknowns are the contributors. And for Mr. Dominguez, I calculated a likelihood ratio of 1/10, meaning that it is 10 times more likely to observe this mixture if 4 unknowns are the contributors than if Mr. Dominguez and 3 unknowns are the contributors. And then for Kimberlee Guillory, I obtained a likelihood ratio of 6.4, meaning that it is 6.4 times more likely to observe that mixture if Kimberlee Guillory and 3 unknowns are the contributors than if 4 unknowns are the contributors.
So, limited support for inclusion for Ms. Guillory,
That is correct.
limited support for exclusion on Mr. Dominguez,
Yes.
moderate support for exclusion on Mr. Abou Najm,
Yes.
and strong support for exclusion on Mr. Breaux.
Yes.
All right, moving to a new piece of evidence that you analyzed in People's 14A. Did you receive an item that was a swab of apparent blood from a sweater string?
Yes.
And again, same question, did you compare that to the known reference samples and profiles that we just talked about?
Yes.
Okay, what were the results of your findings?
Can I ask, are we referring to number item 102 or 103?
Fair question, item 102.
102. Item 102 is a mixture of 3 contributors, and calculating likelihood ratios for Mr. Abou Najm was 2.9 times 10 to the 23, meaning it's 2.9 times 10 to the 23 times more likely to observe this DNA mixture if Mr. Abou Najm and 2 unknowns are the contributors than if 3 unknowns. The likelihood ratio for Mr. Dominguez was 1.5 times 10 to the 15, meaning that it was 1.5 times 10 to the 15 times more likely to observe these results if Mr. Dominguez is a contributor and 2 unknowns versus 3 unknowns. The likelihood ratio for Mr. Breaux is 1/23, meaning it's 23 times more likely to observe these results if 3 unknowns are the contributors than if David Breaux and 2 unknowns are the contributors. And the likelihood ratio for Ms. Guillory is 1/24, meaning it's 24 times more likely to observe these results if 3 unknowns are the contributors than if Miss Guillory and 2 unknowns are the contributors.
So for the sweater string, strong support for inclusion on Mr. Abou Najm, is that correct?
Yes.
And then, or excuse me, very strong support for inclusion. Exclusion, Mr. Breaux, Mr. Dominguez, and Ms. Guillory.
It's very strong support for inclusion for Mr. Dominguez.
Oh, sorry, item 102 and item 103. So just to be clear, item 102, swab of blood from the sweater.
Yes.
And so very strong support for inclusion for Mr. Abou Najm, and Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
Limited support for exclusion on Mr. Breaux and Ms. Guillory.
Yes.
Perfect, sorry, that was my fault. Moving to item 103, the swab of parent blood from the sweater strings. You analyzed this as well?
Yes, I did.
What were the results?
I obtained a mixture of 2 contributors. I calculated likelihood ratios for Mr. Abou Najm was 3.9 times 10 to the 23, which was 3.9 times 10 to the 23 times more likely to observe this mixture if Mr. Abou Najm and 1 unknown are the contributors than if 2 unknowns are the contributors. And then the likelihood ratio for Mr. Breaux, Mr. Dominguez, and Miss Guillory were all 0, meaning that they were all excluded as being contributors to that mixture.
Now, the last piece of evidence you analyzed in People's 14A, had you received, actually, sorry, let me step back, I'm getting ahead of myself. And so that would be strong support for inclusion on Mr. Abou Najm, correct?
Yes.
And then, as you said, the other 3 were excluded as well.
Mr. DeMar, can I ask you, as offer of proof, what are the items in 102 and 103 exactly?
102 is a sample from the sweater, the bottom right is a swab, and 103 is a sample from the sweater string stain, and Detective Torres is going to return and talk about those.
Okay, thank you.
And so, the last item that you analyzed, and this was something labeled sample of towel located at residence 762 Hawthorne. Is that correct?
Yes.
What were the results of your analysis here?
These were 2 swabs that I tested for blood, and they both tested negative for blood, and so no further testing was done on that item.
All right, so shifting gears a little bit, People's 14B, which you said were a computer, a bathroom sink, and a tub drainer, swabs of suspected blood from those 3 items, or those 3 areas.
Yes.
And so, did you perform a similar analysis for these 3 items as well?
Yes, I did. May I refer to the, I don't have the copy of that report in front of me.
Let me approach with 14B.
Thank you.
All right, so on 14B, do you recognize that report as being of items that you analyzed?
Yes.
So, were you able to make any determinations as to whether the DNA samples had blood and whether they were identified contributors to that?
Yes. So item 182, which was labeled as swab of blood from computer, this swab did test positive using a presumptive and confirmatory test for blood, which indicates the presence of human blood on that sample. However, the DNA results were limited, and so with limited genetic information, I was unable to determine possible contributors to that mixture. Items 199 and 204 were the swabs of suspected blood from a bathroom sink and swabs of suspected blood from a tub drain. And both of those swabs were negative for blood, so no further DNA testing was done on those items.
And then moving to 14C, where you say you swab, you analyze swabs of the left hand grip of a black bicycle and the right hand grip of a black bicycle.
Yes,
And do you have a copy of that with you?
I do not. Thank you.
And so did you follow the same procedure that we just talked about in analyzing those hand grips?
Yes, I did.
What were the results of your findings? Let's start with the left one and then we'll move to the right one.
Okay. The left hand grip were swabs that both tested negative for blood. And then I did obtain DNA results for that item. And those results were from one contributor. I obtained a likelihood ratio for Reales Dominguez of 32, meaning that it is 32 times more likely to obtain those results if he's the contributor to that sample than if he is not the contributor. I calculated likelihood ratios for Kimberlee, Guillory, and Abou, Najm, and Mr. Breaux. The likelihood ratio for Kimberlee, Guillory was 1 over 5.9 times 10 to the 5, meaning that it is 5.9 times 10 to the 5 times more likely to obtain these results if an unknown person is the contributor than if Miss Guillory is the contributor. Mr. Abou Najm's likelihood ratio is 2.5 times 10 to the 6th, 1 over that, meaning it is 2.5 times 10 to the 6th times more likely to obtain these results if one unknown is the contributor versus Mr. Abou Najm being the contributor. And for Mr. Breaux, it was 1 over 2.7 times 10 to the 7, meaning it's 2.7 times 10 to the 7 times more likely to obtain these results if an unknown contributor is the source of these results than if Mr. Breaux is a contributor to these results.
And the right side.
The swab of the right side were swabs that both tested positive for blood. However, there were no DNA typing results detected from those swabs.
And that complete your analysis for those items?
Yes.
All three exhibits.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here. I'm going to ask you some questions this morning.
Okay.
And just for point of reference, I was a history major, and I dropped Bio 16 after the first midterm.
Okay.
So we are going to try to keep this very basic.
Okay.
I'm going to go slowly for that purpose. Have you said you presented to police officers?
Yes.
Have you ever presented to middle schoolers?
It's been a very long time, but I've talked to them about forensic science.
So
Yes.
I want you to go back to that time and channel that and understand you're speaking to someone who understands this less than middle schoolers.
Okay.
So we're going to go very slowly here. The knife was sent to you for analysis, correct? You were the one, no swabs were taken before it was sent to you.
Correct.
And so you visually examined the knife with your eyes.
Yes.
You also used a light source.
Yes.
And it was clear to you that there were numerous stains of apparent blood on numerous parts of the knife.
Correct.
You were able to see that with your naked eye
Correct.
without having to use a light source.
Correct.
It was, would it be fair to say it was obvious there were apparent stains of blood on this knife?
It is a black knife, and so you do have to, I did have to look close. Light did help that, but yes, once you looked and focused, you could see that there were staining on the knife.
In a light-colored knife, it probably would have been easier to view.
Correct.
But even that this was a black knife, and it was solid black, correct?
Correct.
Even with the solid black knife, with your naked eye, you were able to see apparent blood stains over numerous parts of this knife.
Correct.
And in your report, you documented where you observed these stains.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to refer to now People's Exhibit 74. It is, you have a copy of this, it has the photographs of the knife.
Yes.
We- And I'm showing what's been marked People's Exhibit 4. This is the second page. You identified the various sides of the knife by side A and side B. Is that correct?
Yes.
You did that so it is clear in your report what side you were referring to.
Yes.
And looking at the top of this photo, we have slide A handle. You see that?
Yes.
With a little red asterisk, you identified the areas where you were able to see what you believed may be blood stain.
Those are those are identified with a red asterisk that I tested that area specifically for a presumptive test for blood, and it was red-brown stained.
And you saw a red brown stain in these areas.
Correct.
So there appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think Mr. Moore counted 12, but there's approximately, looked something around 10 to 12 lines down the knife. What do we call these? The crevice? What were you referring to as?
I think I referred to them as creases, but I would say that's approximate.
1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like it's either 11 or 12. Would that be approximate?
I would agree with that.
So there are 4 red asterisks noted on this slide. There's one on a crease on the top, one on a crease in the middle, and then 2 on creases toward the bottom. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you took a swab of all 4 of those areas?
Yes. The swab that I took from that handle did actually go into each of those creases.
So my question is, did you go into each of those 4 creases with the same swab?
Yes, I did.
Did you swab any of the other 7 or 8 creases that are on the handle?
Yes, all of the creases were included on that same swab.
So I may have misunderstood your testimony on direct. So you actually went through every single crease, not just the 4 that you noted in your report?
Correct.
So the 4 was just to identify where it was visible?
The 4 identified representative areas that I tested for blood. And so I did not test every single crease for blood, but because the staining that I was observing was representative throughout the creases, I tested a few of them randomly.
Got it. So 97A4, that represents the sample going through each of these 11 to 12 creases
Yes,
with one swab.
correct.
And here on the, do you see this area where there's some white dots that are circled on the hilt?
Yes,
That is another area that you swabbed.
correct.
And these white dots indicate the approximate area that you swabbed with the Q-tip.
Correct.
If it's outside the white dots, you did not swab that area.
Correct.
And I'm still referring to People's Exhibit 74. This is now the 3rd page. Looking at the top left photograph, there appears to be on the top of the hilt, there's another white dots indicating an area you swabbed,
Yes,
and you identified that as 97A3.
yes,
Then there's another area on the blade in the center, closer to the hilt, against, surrounded by white dots.
correct.
That is the area that you specifically swabbed.
Yes,
So in this photo, top left corner, the areas that are not outlined with the white dots, those were not swabbed.
correct.
Turning to photograph in the top right, this is the tip of blade, which you identified as 97A1.
Correct.
Once again, bordered in white dots,
Yes,
indicating the area you swabbed.
correct.
The rest of this knife that is visible in this photo, but is not bordered by white dots, that was not swabbed.
Correct.
And now, ma'am, would be the bottom left photograph. Now we're looking at the B side of the blade,
Yes,
which is the opposite side of what the 2 pictures we just looked at above.
correct.
Again, you have a small area on the hilt bordered by white dots,
Yes,
and another small area on the blade just above the hilt circled with white dots.
correct.
Those are the areas you swabbed specifically.
Correct.
All
Yes,
the other areas visible in this photograph, not noted in another photograph, were not swabbed.
they were not swabbed for DNA. No, some of the areas might have been tested with the test for blood, and that was noted on a previous photo, but they were not collected for DNA if they were not circled in white.
And now I'm showing you the bottom right photograph. We're still on the B side, that's 97B1.
Yes,
And there appears to be a small area circled in the middle of the blade where you swab,
yes,
and then a tip, a very small area bordered by white dots on the tip, and that also indicates where you swab.
yes.
If the tip is B1, what is the area in the middle identified as?
That is B2, which is, it's labeled on the next page of the notes.
So we'll go down. And here, this is on now, will be the final page. This shows B2,
Yes,
and those correspond to, that is the area that you swabbed.
correct.
So when the jury looks at this report and they want to know the specific areas that were swabbed, they just look at the white outlines and that will tell them what areas were swabbed on the blade.
Yes, they can match with what's labeled in the photo with what's in my report. Yes.
You've got more questions?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Ms. Tomczyk, thank you for your patience with us. We've got more questions, but we are going to take a mid-morning break.
Okay.
And so we'll be back in 15 minutes to the jury.
Yes.
So, I just want to make sure we understand this. So, the swab of blood from a sweater, you did not actually take that swab from the sweater yourself, right?
Correct.
Someone else took a swab from a sweater and sent that to you,
That is correct.
and you then did the DNA analysis.
Correct.
So, looking at item 102, swab from a sweater, there is an assumed number of contributors that is 3,
Yes.
and the ratio that you give is basically 95%, 5%, and less than, or greater than 1, or less than 1%?
Yes. Less than 1.
I'm reading that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and you spoke about, you see below it says very strong support and limited support. With respect to the swab of blood from the sweater, you say strong support for the inclusion of Karim, Abou, Najm, and Carlos Dominguez. You see that?
Yes. It says very strong support for those two.
Very strong support.
Yes.
Am I correct that the 95% is Mr. Abou Najm and the 5% is Mr. Dominguez?
No, that is not what the report is saying. The mixture proportion is given when the mixture is interpreted as approximate of those proportions, but the statistic that we calculate is solely for them as being any contributor to the mixture. I cannot say who is what portion of what contributor to the mixture.
I understand. So looking at this report, even though there's very strong support for the inclusion of both Mr. Abou Najm and Mr. Dominguez, you cannot determine which is 95 and which is 5?
That is correct. There is, the statistic specifically speaks to them as just being any contributor to that mixture.
Is there a way to do testing to determine which one is likely the greater contributor?
I can determine in the testing where they best fit in that mixture. However, the statistic again won't speak to that.
Did you do that analysis to determine who best fits in 95 versus 5?
That is part of the likelihood ratio in my notes, in my bench notes.
So who best fits 95? Karim Abou Najm or Carlos Dominguez?
I will have to look through my bench notes to find that, if that's okay.
Do you have your bench notes with you?
Yes.
Go ahead.
For item 102, Mr. Abou Najm does best fit as the 95% contributor, and Mr. Dominguez does best fit as the 5% contributor.
We're going to go through these. I'm going to ask you who is the best fit, okay?
Okay.
So, moving to swab, item 103, that is swab from blood from a sweater string,
Yes,
and that had very strong support for the inclusion of Mr. Najm.
correct.
And Mr. Breaux, Mr. Reales Dominguez, and Ms. Guillory were excluded.
Correct.
So it's Mr. Abou Najm and another unknown individual.
Correct.
And the ratio is 98% and 2.
Correct.
Who best fits at 98%, Mr. Abou Najm or the unknown individual?
Mr. Abou Najm does best fit as the 98% contributor to this mixture.
Now we're going to item 97A1, apparent blood from the tip of one side of the blade. There's a ratio of 99, 1, and less than 1. Right?
Yes.
Very strong support for inclusion of Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
Moderate support for the inclusion of Mr. Abou Najm.
Yes.
And then limited support for exclusion of David Breaux.
Yes.
And no support for exclusion or inclusion of Kimberlee Guillory.
Yes.
Who best fits at the 99%?
Best fitting at the 99% for this one is going to be Carlos Dominguez.
And the best fit for the 1%, that is Karim Abou Najm.
Yes.
And then the less than 1% would be some unknown individual.
Potentially, yes. There's limited support for exclusion for David Breaux and no support for inclusion or exclusion for Kimberlee Guillory.
So it could be an unknown individual, David Breaux, or Kimberlee Guillory.
Yes, there's support for no support for inclusion or exclusion for Kimberlee Guillory.
And limited support exclusion, Mr. Breaux.
Yes.
Let's go to 9782. This is the center divot. We'll move faster. There's a ratio of 74, 25, and 1. Who best fits the ratio of 74?
I'm sorry, what item are we on again? 97?
9782.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm in the right spot. That would be, I'm sorry, Karim Abou Najm.
And the 25%, the best fit for that, is that Ms. Guillory?
Yes.
And the 1%, the best fit for that, Mr. Reales.
Yes.
Going on, go down to 9783. There's a mixture of 93, 6, and 1.
Yes.
The best fit for the 93, is that Mr. Abou Najm?
Yes.
The best fit for the 6%, is that Ms. Guillory?
Yes.
The best fit for the 1%, is that Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Going to 9784, now a mixture of 64, 35, and 1.
Yes.
And there is very strong support for the inclusion of both Mr. Abou Najm and Mr. Reales Dominguez in this.
Yes.
The 64%, is that Mr. Abou Najm?
No, for this one, it would be Mr. Dominguez.
That's on, as we've been going down, it's been, the first person is corresponded, but now we have a difference. So the 35%, the best fit for that is Mr. Abou Najm,
Yes.
and the best fit for the 64 is Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
And the 1, that can be an unknown individual. We also said there's moderate support for the exclusion of Kimberlee Guillory.
Yes.
Go to 97A5. We have a proportion of 89 and 1. The best fit for the 89% is that Mr. Abou Najm.
We are on A5. No, the best fit for that would be Carlos Dominguez.
And the 10%, is that Mr. Abou Najm?
Yes.
And the 1%, that best fit for that would be Kimberlee Guillory.
Correct.
Going to 97B1, a ratio of 96, 3, and 1. The best fit for the 96, is that Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
The best fit for the 3%, is that Miss Guillory?
Yes.
The best fit for the 1%, is that Mr. Abou Najm?
Yes.
Going to 97B2, there is a ratio of 52, 43, and 4.
Yes.
The best fit for the 52, is that Mr. Abou Najm?
No, this one is Miss Guillory.
So 97B2, the 52 is Miss Guillory. Okay. Who's the best fit for the 43?
Mr. Abou Najm.
And the best fit for the 4 is Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Correct.
Let's go to 97B3. Ratio of 52, 28, and 20.
Yes.
The best fit for the 52, who is that?
Mr. Abou Najm.
The best fit for the 28?
Mr. Dominguez.
And the best fit for the 20?
Miss Guillory.
And item 97B4, the ratio 52, 47, 20. Who is the best fit for the 52?
Mr. Abou Najm.
Who is the best fit for the 47?
Miss Guillory.
And who's the best fit for the 2?
Mr. Dominguez.
Going to 97B5, we have ratio of 89, 10, and 1. Who's the best fit for the 89?
Mr. Dominguez.
Best fit for the 10?
Mr. Abou Najm.
And the 1, there's no best fit because Ms. Guillory has limited support for exclusion and Mr. Breaux has strong support for exclusion.
Correct.
I think we're down to the last one, 97B6. This is the apparent blood from the handle near the hilt. Who is the 87%?
Mr. Dominguez.
And the 8%?
Mr. Abou Najm.
And the 5%?
Miss Guillory.
I just wanted to go back. So, I want to just clarify, because I may have missed it, on item 97B5, which is, this is the swab you took from the multiple creases on the B side of the blades, right?
Yes.
And that's a mixture of 89, 10, and 1?
Correct.
Who is the 89 again, I'm sorry? Best fit?
Mr. Dominguez.
And then the 10 is Mr. Abou Najm?
Correct.
Okay, let me go on one more. and we're gonna- Item 97A4, that is, again, that's the creases from the A side of the blade that you sampled, right?
Right.
That has a mixture of 64, 35, and 1.
Yes.
Who is the 64? That's it.
Mr. Dominguez.
And who is the best fit for the 35?
Mr. Abou Najm.
Thank you. And so, when you use the term best fit, because you're giving probabilities, you're basically saying that's the explanation that makes the most sense based on the information you have.
But the probabilities that I'm calculating, again, account for them being as any contributor. The best fit goes for when their reference is being compared to the interpretation that is made for that mixture, where their DNA types fit best as a contributor.
Why don't you note the best fit in your report?
Because that statistic that I'm reporting does not give weight to that. And so if I'm going to make an inclusion or support for inclusion, I can only say as any contributor.
But don't you agree it may be relevant who has the greatest proportion of the mixture? That can be relevant?
It's estimated to be, but it's not, again, because the statistic does not speak to that, I can't report it in that manner.
So when you write a report, you never indicate the best fit,
No.
but you note that in your bench notes?
It's part of the that's generated when that comparison's made and calculated, yes.
But someone looking at the report, unless they had your bench notes, they wouldn't know which is the best fit and which is not.
Correct.
And as we saw, for most of the items, the first name mentioned corresponded to the highest percentage, but that was not the case in every item that we went through, correct?
No, and that's because of the way that I organized the findings, is that I would put the calculated strongest support at the top and then go down from there. And then if there's two that had strong support together or the same amount of support, I would put that in alphabetical order.
Let me interject. What's the purpose of listing the ratios? So if you have three contributors, you listed three percentages there. Well, why do you do that on the report?
That is also an option that we don't have to do that. It's just kind of to indicate that sometimes it's important to show that it's a 98 to 2% versus equal amounts of DNA from both contributors. Then when you look at the statistics and look at the numbers, it is more common that the higher statistic then would correspond to that higher percentage of the contributor to that mixture.
I'd like to just go back. In your career, you commonly examine items for potential blood.
Yes.
Do you ever use any sort of specific glasses or a sort of machine to, like a microscope, to try to identify areas of blood?
No. I might look at with a bright light or a magnifying light to look for small amounts of blood, but there's not a special light that will like indicate that there's blood somewhere.
By magnifying light, you mean one of those big magnifying glasses with a bright light on it that you can...
Correct.
Did you have to do that in this case, or were you able to clearly see the potential blood with your naked eye?
I mean, I always, especially with a knife that is black and with creases, I do look with magnifying light, but I did not need to.
So you did look at it, in this case, with a magnifying light?
Yes.
But you didn't need to because it was so apparent there was blood on numerous parts of the knife.
Yes.
You could see that even before you shined light on the knife.
I do believe that I could see some areas at least without a light. I can't say for certain that I saw every single area without the light aiding me in the lab.
But just thinking back to your initial reaction, when you look at this knife, you said, this is a knife that appears to have blood on it.
Correct. I could see that there was apparent blood on the knife.
I have nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
That was cross-examination. Any redirect?
No redirect.
Okay, thank you, counsel. All right, Ms. Toxic, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, Mr. Jamora.
People call Atlanta McGuire.
Okay. We'll grab the witness. Good morning. Come on in and stand here at the podium right in front of me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. Clerk will administer an oath to you, and after you take the oath, then have a seat and witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to you to give and the cause nothing for the court, so be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Monica, M-O-N-I-C-A, McGuire, M-C-G-U-I-R-E.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMore, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McGuire.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
What do you do there?
I'm a forensic accountant
How long have you been with the FBI?
for 39 years.
Now, I'm not going to talk to you about your job duties as a forensic accountant. I'm going to talk to you about your job duties as a member of the evidence response team. Are you part of that?
Yes, I am.
What do you do with the evidence response team?
I am just part of the team. Everybody is cross-trained to do various things on the evidence response team.
Okay. What do you do? What are your roles? What have you done?
I've been a sketcher, a searcher. I think I was a photographer one time, mainly searching and sketching.
Now, when you sketch or when you do sketches for the evidence response team, have you ever done sketches of a residence or a house?
Yes, I have.
When you're preparing a sketch, what do you use to make sure that the sketch is accurate, is best reflected by the dimensions of the house?
I just use a ruler and a pencil, and I go from room to room. It's not science, and there's always a caveat on the sketches saying not to scale. And I try to give a good rendition of what the layout of the scene is, and just to give the layout for reference to any evidence that may be derived from the scene.
And why do you do a sketch?
It's to create a permanent visual record of the scene, and also to help with placement of any evidence that is found.
Does the sketch, do you oftentimes use the sketch to compare to photographs of where items are located for reference points?
Yes.
Now, did you participate in a search of 762 Hawthorne Lane in the city of Davis, County of Yolo, back in May of 2023?
I did.
And was that in a response to the arrest of Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
So when you responded to that location, were you primarily tasked with doing the sketch of the house?
The sketch as well as some searching.
I want to focus on the sketch itself. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 69 for identification. May I approach on?
Okay.
Ms. Wire, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
I prepared this.
What is it?
This is the sketch of 762 Hawthorne.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of 762 Hawthorne as you documented it on May 3rd of 2023?
Yes, it is.
And is this an accurate copy of your original sketch?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Commissioner Albatron?
Okay.
Ms. Wire, when you went through 762 Hawthorne, you said you did a little bit of searching. Take us through the process. When you get to the residence, do you search first, or do you identify areas that are going to be included in the sketch?
No, generally what happens is the the scene is cleared by agents, and then the photographer and an assistant goes in, and they take photos as well as label the rooms alphabetically. And then after the entrance photos are completed, then the search begins, and during the search, I will prepare the sketch. So there will be searchers as well as me in to prepare the sketch.
So, you mentioned earlier that the sketch is not to scale. Is that what you reflected up here in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, it is.
And this N with the arrow, is that to signify the direction?
It is, yes.
As you're going through the house and you're sketching, as part of the FBI protocol, do agents or other members of ERT identify the rooms with numbers or letters?
Yes, they do. That's generally when the initial photos are taken, and there's usually an assistant that helps with posting the room letters in each of the rooms.
Did you go into a room that had been marked with a D for David?
I did.
The laser pointer, are you able to identify that on your sketch? Is the bottom left-hand corner room on your diagram?
Yes.
And could you point to where room C is?
Yes, that is the bathroom right adjacent to room D.
In room D, when you went to that room, did you see any evidence linking that room to Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
What did you see?
There was clothing. There were shoes. There was a phone. There was at least one phone, one iPad, artwork, bedding.
Now I'm going to switch pages because this is one of two. Just for the jury. Going on to page 2 of the exhibit. What room or area is this on the diagram?
That is the second bedroom, so I separated it. The second floor. That's bedroom bedroom 4, which is upstairs.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Can you cross?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
So when you say it's not to scale, can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I did not measure the rooms. It's typically we just put not to scale. It is just the best estimate of the scale to the layout. But no, it is not. We did not measure every little inch of the residence to complete the sketch.
So no one should rely on your sketch in determining which bedroom is bigger than another?
No.
When you participated in this search, Mr. Reales Dominguez had already been placed under arrest based on your knowledge.
Yes.
So you were particularly focused on his bedroom. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
But FBI agents conducted a search of all the bedrooms,
Yes.
all the rooms in the house,
Yes.
and took photographs from all bedrooms and all other rooms in the house.
Yes.
So even though there was only one suspect living in the house, you did not limit your search in any way.
No.
Did you were you responsible for photographing any items?
No.
And when agents found items of potential evidentiary value, were you involved in removing those items, photographing them, and packaging them to be placed in evidence?
I did not photograph anything. After items were found, they would be photographed in place, and then it's possible that I did help bring the item to the evidence technicians to be packaged.
So if an item of evidentiary value is found, first it's photographed where it is, where it's found,
Yes.
then it is removed and photographed.
Generally, it's going to be photographed where it is. It's not going to be moved generally to photograph it again unless it needs to be measured and separated, but it's always going to be photographed where it was found.
But if it's going to be taken from the scene, it is ultimately removed from where it's found and either photographed in more detail or put directly in packaging for evidence.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. You redirect?
There you go.
Mr. McGuire, thank you for coming to court. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Dumar, another witness.
We will call Special Agent John Pope.
Okay. All right, sir, good morning.
Morning.
Come on into the podium. The clerk will administer the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that you're about to give in the cause not given to the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can be seated. Can you first and last name for the record? Just spell them both.
John Pope, Johnpope.
Okay, the mic's going to pick you up.
Okay, right here. Okay, sorry.
You're all good.
Okay.
Thank you. And Mr. Dumar, this will be direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Agent Pope.
Morning.
Where do you work?
I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Sacramento Field Division.
What do you do there?
I'm a special agent. I've been a special agent since 2005. I've been a member of the evidence response team since 2007, which is a collateral duty for the FBI. And I am currently a team leader in the Sacramento Field Division for the evidence response team.
How long have you been a team leader?
I believe around since 2014, 2015.
So were you the team lead who responded to 762 Hawthorne Lane in the city of Davis County, Guillory in May of 2023?
Yes.
As a special agent, what's your current assignment? What do you investigate?
I do national security investigations.
So going to the search of 762 Hawthorne, in addition to being a team lead, did you have a role in the search of the house for items?
Yes, as the team lead, I supervise the search. I also, as part of being the team lead, when we have a crime scene like that or we're doing a search, we'll do a walkthrough and we'll take entry photos. So during that preliminary, we'll identify items of potential interest and we'll go back, brief the team. And then I also, as the team lead, I will also sign off on the evidence as well when we package it at the end of the search. So I have a role in the custody of the evidence.
When agents and members of ERT are going through a house or a location identifying pieces of evidence, is there a role, designated roles as a collector and a finder?
Yes. So the person that finds it will be the first name on the evidence log, and then, I basically verify that that's a piece of evidence, and we both sign off on the evidence label when we seal it up at the end of the search.
And in those roles, as the finder, if an agent or FBI personnel identify a piece of evidence, we'll go to the specific search, did they notify you and say, hey, we found something that may be of value?
Yes, they will mark it, and then we'll make a determination if it's a piece of evidence that was listed in the search warrant that we're able to take it. So Yes, we would identify that with a placard, and then we would collect it at the end of the search. Of course, we'll take photos in place before we remove it. We'll do like overall photos of a room, and then when we do find a piece of evidence that we're going to seize, we will do photos of those items before they're removed.
So I guess my question to you was, every time a piece of evidence or potential evidence was found, did you put your own eyes on it to observe it and look at it?
Yes, I would take a look at it, yes.
And so as the evidence response team was searching 762 Hawthorne, did you go into a room that had been labeled D as in David?
Yes.
Were there pieces of, well, I shouldn't say pieces of evidence yet, were there things of interest to you that you observed?
Yes.
As it relates to the person who occupied that room, were there anything that you observed that identified the person who stayed there?
Yes, there were items in the room that identified the individual who occupied that room.
What items of evidence did you observe?
We saw a passport, an El Salvadoran passport, a couple of bank cards, and a UC Davis ID card.
What was that UC Davis?
ID card, sorry.
So the passport did have a name on it.
Yes,
What was that?
it was, I believe, Carlos Dominguez. I think it's Reales Dominguez, if my memory serves me correctly.
And how many bank cards did you find?
I believe 2.
And did they also have Mr. Dominguez's name on it?
Yes.
You said a UC Davis, was it an ID card?
I believe so, yes.
Whose name was on that?
The defendant's.
You say the defendant's.
A defendant.
Did it say defendant or did it have his name on
It
it?
had his name on it.
And just so we're clear, I should say Mr. Carlos Dominguez. His name was Carlos Dominguez on the ID card.
Yes.
All right, now I'll show you a couple of photographs from People's Exhibit 20. And you've seen photographs from People's Exhibit 20 before?
I have not. I didn't review them at scene, but if I could take a look at the photo to refresh my memory, I'd appreciate that.
Right, I can approach her.
Okay.
You sure it's 20?
Oh, excuse me, 50. We're at 20, that is 50.
Okay.
All right, may I go with that? And just in looking at the thumbnails on here, do you recognize those photographs?
That one right there. Yes, that looks like the house.
It's scrolling down.
Yes.
All right, and those thumbnails, do those all appear to be 762 Hawthorne Lane as you observed it on during your search?
Yes.
And those thumbnails appear to be very accurate depictions of Hawthorne Lane, or excuse me, 762 Hawthorne Lane.
Yes.
All right, while we're getting that fired up. When you went through the room, specifically room D, did you observe any items, electronic device?
Yes, there were several.
All right, when you say several, what did you observe?
I believe there's an iPhone, a computer. I think there's 2 phones.
Was one of those phones located on like a cat, like a ladder or something like that?
Yes.
Did that have a cracked screen on it?
I believe so.
Now, as the observer, you weren't the one collecting the actual pieces of evidence, right?
That's correct.
Who was that?
I would have to look at the property sheet to verify that.
Okay, give me 06, please. Dealing with that. All right, so looking at photo 06, Agent Pope, is this 762 Hawthorne?
Yes.
And is that the front of the residence?
Yes.
Yeah, 71. And looking at photograph ending 7-1, is this, do you recognize this room?
I believe that's room D.
Give me 80. Right, and photograph ending in 80, is this this cat tree that we were just talking about?
Yes.
Looking below it, is that the cracked iPhone that we were just talking about?
Yes.
Did you notice when you're in that room any footwear?
Yes, I don't recall what exactly, but yeah, there was footwear in the room.
Showing you photograph ending 84. Do you see footwear down at the bottom of the bed?
Yes.
And do you remember seeing that when you were in room D?
Yes.
Do you know what type of footwear that is?
I believe those are a pair of Crocs.
Were they, could you zoom in on them? It appears that they're like a light multicolor one. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Page 91. Photograph ending 91. Looking at the bottom left, you recognize that computer there as well.
Yes.
And so, Agent Pope, with the photographs we just shown you, does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of some of the items that you saw in room D at 762 Hawthorne?
Yes.
Now, when you observed some of the observations in here, in this room, were there any items of evidence that you looked at and saw what appeared to be suspected blood?
I believe there's several items. I can't recollect off the top of my head what those items were.
And were they? When you saw items that appeared to have suspected blood on them, did you or did someone else with ERT call a person in to swab those for potential DNA?
Yes.
Were you present? Did you observe that happen, or did you leave the room?
Not all of it. Sometimes I may have observed it while they're in the room, but I had two people dedicated to that, so they would follow wherever they're needed in the house to collect those samples.
And those two individuals were Perry and Megan Silverlake?
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions?
Thank you, counsel. Any cross?
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right, just trying to. What is this? So, hold on one second. Sir, the photos that just were shown to you by the prosecutor in People's Exhibit 50, those were taken the day of the search.
Yes, that's correct.
Those weren't all the photos that were taken, were they?
No, we had a full disc of photos. I mean, when we do entry photos, when we come into the building, into the residence, then we took exit photos when we left the building.
So the exhibit you were shown appears to be some of the photos that were taken that day,
Yes,
but not all of them.
not all of them.
You said there were several items with blood on it that you found during the search of Mr. Reales Dominguez's bedroom, correct?
Yes,
When you look through those photos the prosecutor showed you, did you see any of those photographs with suspected blood?
I did not.
But you knew that you were looking for suspected blood, correct?
Yes,
I'd like to show you, is it 50 you said? Okay. Showing you some of the photos from Exhibit 50. Sir, this is photo 257. That appears to be a washer and dryer, correct?
yes,
That is taken in the garage of that home.
yes,
And there appears to be several bottles of laundry detergent by that washer and dryer.
yes,
And I'm showing photo 258, once again, washer and dryer in the garage with several bottles of laundry detergent. You see that? On the
Yes.
back. And then I'm in photo 259, there appears to be another bottle of laundry detergent that is a Tide.
okay,
You see that?
yes,
And there appears to be a bottle of bleach by it.
yes,
And you know that if someone wants to wash blood off their clothing, they can put it in a washing machine and wash it.
yes,
You know if someone wants to wash blood off their sheets, they can put it in a washing machine and wash it, correct?
that's correct.
When you were searching Mr. Reales Dominguez's room, you saw blood on the sheets.
Yes,
And you packaged those sheets and booked them into evidence, correct?
yes,
And it was apparent to you that it was blood.
well, suspected blood.
And you also found clothing with blood on it, correct?
Yes,
And those bloody sheets, those aren't included in any of these photos that were shown to you by the prosecution, correct?
Can I go back? Was it picture 50 that showed the bed?
You can go back to 50 here. It wasn't 50 is not the bed,
Okay,
The exhibit is 50,
correct, but there's,
and then they're numbered in that. I'm not sure what the numbers were. The bed was 84.
you don't, when you look through the photos that were shown to you by the prosecution, you don't recall seeing the photos that had the bloody sheets.
well, the sheets that were shown there, after we inspect them, there's blood. You just can't see it because it's heavy color. So the suspected blood was soaked into the mattress and the sheets.
But you did take photographs of that?
I believe so. I believe the photographers did take photos of everything that was taken. I mean, what you're looking at are entry photos, not, the after photos. Because I do believe we took swatches of the mattress for evidentiary purposes.
And what you saw on the sheets that of suspected blood, that was booked into evidence and given to the Davis Police Department?
I believe so, yes.
You didn't take it with you to the FBI?
No. At the end of the search, what we did is we transferred custody of all evidence over to Davis PD.
So it's then up to the Davis PD to have those items tested for blood or for DNA analysis, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, because we're just there to process the scene and forensically process it.
So if they didn't test those items, their reason for doing so is not something you can speak to, correct?
I cannot, no.
You also mentioned that you saw found bloody clothing, correct?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked. People's Exhibit 50, photo 99. This is a closet.
Yes.
Of Mr. Reales Dominguez here. And you see here there appears to be a hamper?
Yes.
And there's clothing inside that hamper.
Yes.
And although you can't see it here, this red is not blood, it's a part of a pair of shorts.
That's correct. That's correct.
And there's also a green shirt in there.
Yes.
And these were the only two items in this hamper that you recall.
And I believe they were soaked in some sort of liquid.
They appeared to have liquid that appeared to you to be blood, correct?
Suspected blood, yes.
And you removed those items from this hamper?
They were removed and they were booked into evidence.
And they were photographed?
I believe at some point they were. And the one with the evidence photos, like you said, all the photos are not here as far as the evidence goes. We took pictures of those
These
items.
clothes were right out in the open on the bottom of this hamper, correct?
They were there, yeah, they're inside the hamper.
There was a t-shirt with suspected blood on it.
I believe so.
There was shorts with suspected blood on it.
I believe so, yes.
And there was also some blood that appeared to have got on this hamper.
I believe so, yes.
And you photographed that?
I can't tell you if they photographed that particular stain or not, but they should have taken a photo of the items in place before they...
And it was packaged?
Yes, it's packaged. Should have been packaged in paper, so make sure that it doesn't get moldy.
And given to the Davis Police Department?
Yes. After the end of the search, we packaged it. They signed a receipt and took custody of all those items.
And it's up to them whether they want to test that, determine its blood.
That's correct.
It's up to them whether they want to do DNA analysis.
Yes.
Okay. And sir, in looking at a scene, sometimes you see an item that may be blood, it could be something else.
That's accurate.
Looking at that shirt and the shorts, as a trained law enforcement officer who's seen blood, it was clear to you there was obvious blood on those shorts and that shirt.
Objection, speculation, and foundation.
Overruled. It appeared to be suspected blood, yes.
When you looked at it, did you say that's suspected blood, or did you say to yourself, that's blood?
Well, I can't say one way or the other it's blood. You know and I know that. I can't say that blood, but it had a distinctive smell that may have indicated it could have been suspected blood.
Did not appear that anyone had tried to wash those shorts or shirt, correct?
Yes, they did not appear there was an attempt to wash those.
They appeared to be dirty, soiled clothing.
Yes.
And this photo right here, 99, that is how the hamper looked when you first encountered it.
I believe so.
So, sir, if someone were to say that there was absolutely no blood found at the Hawthorne residence, would that be a true statement or not?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
It's not for me to say whether it's blood or not. I mean, unless it's properly tested.
you had to bet everything you own on what you saw. Was there blood in that residence, yes or no, based on your opinion and what you saw?
Objection, argumentative. Overruled.
Once again, I don't make that presumption. I mean, I can sit here and tell you, like, I think it's blood, but I don't know for certain it's blood.
Let's see. Sir, you have been a law enforcement officer for how many years?
26 years.
Have you seen blood?
I have.
Have you smelled blood?
Yes, I have.
You've seen blood at crime scenes.
I have.
You've probably seen blood when you've cut yourself.
Absolutely.
So you're familiar with what blood looks like.
Yes.
And you're familiar with how blood can get on clothing
Yes.
and the patterns it can leave.
Yes.
So I'm asking for your opinion. I know it hasn't been tested, but the shirt and shorts that was in that hamper, was there blood on it, in your opinion?
In my opinion, there probably was blood.
Okay, let me stop you there. Do you have more questions?
No, I'm done.
Okay, he's done. Any regret?
Briefly.
Agent Pope, was there also paint in that room?
I don't recall.
No, I'm gonna stop it. Mr. Pope, we're gonna bring you back, okay? We don't have a lot of questions for you, but I don't wanna rush the attorneys.
Okay, that's-
Your testimony is important to the court, and I wanna give them an opportunity to ask final follow-up questions. So, and I promise this jury they don't run over, because this way they can make commitments. So thank you, we'll see you back to start at 1:30, we won't have much for you. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, three-part admonition. Do not form any opinions, do not discuss this case other than scheduling, and do not research it. Thank you for your service this morning, we'll see you this afternoon. If you wanna finish your questioning, and then I'll give Mr. Moore his chance.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. So this is continued cross for the record.
Mr. Pope, when we left off, I was asking about the clothing items found in that hamper that was depicted in the photograph.
Yes.
And in the photographs that were shown to you by the prosecution, did it include what was in that hamper?
I believe it was just the exterior of the hamper that was shown.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit G. There's going to be 10 photographs. I'm just going to ask you to scroll through them, don't say anything, and then let me know if you recognize them. So I'm starting with G1, and there's a little arrow right there. If you can just scroll through them, and when you're done, let me know.
It's not scrolling.
It may not be a touch screen. I do that
Yeah.
all the time.
It doesn't like
Okay.
me either, sir.
My wife gives me the computer, I'm sitting doing this. It's not a touch
You do have to use the pad.
I got it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sir, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Were those photographs taken during the search of Hawthorne, the Hawthorne Lane residence?
Yes.
Were you present when those photographs were taken?
Not necessarily. Like I said, I was, supervising the crime scene. So sometimes I'd be in the room, sometimes I may not have been in the room. So
But you recognize each item
yes,
that was photographed?
yes,
And it's an accurate depiction of how those items appeared on that day?
yes,
And those photographs I showed you includes the items inside the hamper
yes,
that you testified earlier may have blood on it.
yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit G1. This is a photograph of the closet,
Yes,
and you see the gray hamper in the closet,
yes,
and the closet door is open.
yes,
This is how the closet looked when you entered the room.
best of my recollection, yes,
And I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit E, G2. This is a photograph looking at the clothing in the closet. In
yes,
the hamper, excuse me.
yes,
And there appears to be a green t-shirt.
yes,
There appears to be a white pair of shorts.
yes,
That white pair of shorts has a red stain on it.
yes, it does.
And based on just your experience with blood, that appears as though it may be blood.
Yes,
So you, because it appeared to be blood, you decided to have the items removed from the hamper and inspected individually. Showing you what's been marked Exhibit G3. This appears to be a pair of shorts
yes,
with a red band around the waist.
yes,
And earlier, when you were looking at the hamper from a distance, you could see the red band inside the hamper.
yes,
And does this, scrolling in, appears to be the back of the shorts? You can see where the
Yes.
drawstring is.
yes,
So on the back right leg, just above where the short cuts off, there appears to be a large blood stain.
it appears to be a large blood stain, yes,
And scrolling over onto the left side of the pants, shorts on the back side, there appears to be additional smaller blood stains.
yes, it appears to that there.
And when you were looking at this, based on your experience seeing blood, it appeared to you that these were blood stains.
Yes, at that time, it appeared to be blood stains.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit G4. This is the front of the shorts.
Yes, it appears to be the front of the shorts.
And there appears to be a large blood stain on the bottom right side of the shorts.
Yes,
And there appears to be smaller blood stains all over the front of the shorts.
yes, it appears to be there inside out too.
Oh, so this is actually the shorts being turned inside out?
Yeah, I believe that's how they found them in the hamper. You can see the pockets on.
And you can see, when you saw this, did this appear to be paint to you, or did that appear to be blood?
At the time, we took it because it appeared to be blood.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit G. Is this a green shirt that was found in the hamper?
Yes,
This is G5.
yes,
And there does appear to be stains on the top of the collar that appear consistent with blood.
yes,
Does there also appear to be stains at the bottom of the shirt on the front that appear to be consistent with blood?
yes,
And when you inspected it at the time, it appeared to you that it was likely blood.
at the time, yes.
Anything you're seeing so far today changing your opinion that it was likely blood?
I mean, it's suspected, but I mean, it definitely had a distinctive smell in the hamper, and that was the other reason why we took it.
And by distinctive smell, you mean the smell of blood?
Not necessarily. I wouldn't say it was blood, but it was, I don't know how long the item was in there. It could have been in some sort of state of decay or, you know.
The clothing had an odor.
Yes.
It clearly had not been washed.
Yes.
And although you would have described it as smell of blood, some sort of decaying,
It was an odor. Yeah.
was it a strong odor?
I wouldn't say it was strong. It was moderate. It wasn't pungent. There was a smell.
But it was an odor that you noticed.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked. This is G6. Again, there appears to be some blood stains on the top of the shirt.
Yes.
And once again, on the bottom, there appears to be blood stains.
Yes.
And as we see, these items were removed from the hamper, placed on butcher paper, and then photographed with a ruler to provide scale.
That's correct.
And once you completed that, these were packaged, up,
Yes.
and they were given to the Davis Police Department.
Yes, those items should have been on the receipt that they signed for possession of the property.
And once these items are given to the Davis Police Department, the decision to do what to do with them is up entirely to the Davis Police Department.
Yes, that's up to the investigators what they want, how they want to dispose of the evidence.
You have no role in that.
I do not.
So if these items were going to be tested to confirm that they were blood, that would be something the Davis Police Department would have to do.
Yes, that's correct.
If these items are going to be tested to determine if there was DNA and whose it was from, that is something the Davis Police Department would have to do.
Yes.
Once you completed the search and gave the items to the Davis Police Department, your role was done.
That is correct.
Showing what's been marked Defense Exhibit G7. This is the hamper, correct?
Yes.
And on the handle of the hamper, there appears to be a stain consistent with blood.
Yes.
And so you photographed this.
Yes.
And sir, based on your memory and looking at these photographs, these two items were the only clothing items in this hamper.
The shirt, the shorts, I believe so.
If there had been other items in the hamper, you would have documented that.
Yes.
And Defense Exhibit G7 with the suspected blood on the hamper, that was also packaged up and given to the Davis Police Department.
Yes.
The person who took these items, was it an officer named Alex Torres?
That's correct.
But what Mr. Torres did with these items after you gave them to him, that's something you would have to ask him.
Yes.
You mentioned seeing possible blood stains on the bedding.
Yes.
Because the bedding was dark, it's hard to determine sometimes whether a stain is blood or not.
That's correct.
There can be many things that will stain linens.
That's accurate.
So what you did, and this is Defense Exhibit G8, you put up yellow placards to identify locations where there may be suspected blood,
Yes.
and then those linens were ultimately packaged up as evidence.
I believe so.
But the responsibility for testing those potential spots to determine whether they're blood, that's with the Davis Police Department.
Yes.
And the responsibility for testing those items to see if there's DNA and who it belongs to, that's the responsibility of the Davis Police Department.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit G9. This is a photo of Mr. Reales Dominguez's bed.
Yes.
And as you, there appears to be a, can we dim the lights, perhaps? I don't know what you can see here. Does there appear to be a stain, some sort of stain?
Yes.
And just looking at the sheets, and I can show it to you again, they appear to be dirty.
Absolutely.
They don't appear that they've been washed for some time.
That's correct.
And so there were multiple stains on the bedding.
Yes.
And so the responsibility for testing those stains, determine whether it's blood or whether there's DNA, that is with the Davis Police Department.
Yes.
And this sheet was packaged up and given to Mr. Torres.
Yes.
Show me what's been marked Defense Exhibit G10. You mentioned there was a stain under the mattress?
Yes. Under the sheet.
Under the sheet. And so you know there are many things that can stain a mattress.
This is true.
Anyone who's raised kids often knows there's stained mattresses. You don't know, looking at this stain, whether it was blood or not.
No, it was there, and we took a photo of it, not knowing what it was. It appears to look like a red substance, so we took that, photoed it, and I believe we cut it out.
And that was given to the Davis Police Department.
Yes.
And it's their responsibility to test it.
Yes.
But you would agree this stain, it's a little more ambiguous as to whether it's blood or something else.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But looking at the sheets, not the sheets, the shorts, and based on your opinion, as a law enforcement officer with more than 20 years, seeing blood on clothing, being familiar with the smell of blood, and the pattern that blood can get on clothing, is it your opinion, based on what you saw, that these shorts and shirt had blood on them?
Yes, that's why we took them into evidence.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, all right, that concludes cross, and now we'll turn to Mr. DeMora for redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Pope, when you were searching the residence with other members of the ERT, and we've been focusing on room D, where Mr. Dominguez was living at the time, were there other rooms that photographs were taken of where he wasn't living?
Objection outside scope.
I'm going to allow reopen. So that would be, yes. Cool.
Yes.
When you were going through the house, you said, or maybe you didn't say, but I'll ask it, did you go into room C, which had been identified as the bathroom?
Yes.
In the bathroom, did you see a towel in there?
I can't recollect if I did, but if it was in the photos, yes.
All right, so looking at photograph 51, do you remember that being the bathroom?
Yes.
Do you see towels in there?
I believe I see one on the counter.
Is that something that you or Special Agent Mika McCain collected or observed?
Yes.
And did that have suspected blood on it from what you saw?
I can't recollect why we took it at this particular moment, but if we took it, there may have been something on there.
For pieces of evidence that you saw may have suspected blood in the bathroom, for toiletries and things like that, the towels, if it had suspected blood, do you recall taking those items or given evidence?
I believe that if we saw something that was suspected blood, we would have taken it at that time.
Going back to Mr. Dominguez's room where we're talking about those items of clothing that you did and gave over to Detective Torres, was that tracked iPhone that was on that cash tree, was that one of the items that you collected and turned over to Detective Torres?
Yes.
As well as the other phone, as well as the iPad and computer?
Yes.
How about the Crocs, those camo Crocs that were in there, those lightly colored ones, were those collected?
Were those in the closet? I know there was the multicolored, the white ones with the
Talk about the multicolored white ones.
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Okay, any recross on that? Okay, all right, then, sir, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it, appreciate your patience with the court. Have a great day.
You do the same, sir.
Okay, People's Case in Chief, Mr. DeMora, witness.
We will call Sergeant Antonio. Oh, sorry. We're going to call one when it's out of order. We're going to call Erica McAllister.
Erica McAllister.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. How are you? Come on in and stand here at the podium. And I'm going to ask, just a moment, ma'am. You were sitting in the courtroom earlier.
Yeah, I didn't realize where I was supposed to be.
Okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to call it to the attention of the attorneys if you need to probe on that. So great to have you here. And the clerk's going to give you the oath. And after you take the oath, if you would have a seat in the witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to state what you give and the cause nothing but the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. First and last name for the record. Let's call them both.
Erica McAllister Story, ERICAMCALLISTER-STORY.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vanderhook, direct.
Good afternoon. In April and May of 2023, where did you work?
Davis Ace Hardware.
And what's the address for that Ace Hardware?
I don't remember. I don't work there anymore.
While you were working there, did you get contacted by police officers regarding an inquiry into surveillance video at the Ace Hardware?
Yes.
And may I first witness your honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as People's 26F. And I have a video clip pulled up. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
And looking at that, do you recognize where that video clip is from?
Yes.
Where is it from?
It's the south parking lot of Davis Ace Hardware.
And so it's got a date and time at the top. How often did you work with the surveillance video, or did you have access to the surveillance video system there?
Anytime I needed to look at the surveillance.
And so you were familiar with the surveillance system?
Yes.
And so based on your knowledge, is the date and time that gets marked on these videos for the Ace Hardware accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and so then I just kind of want to understand where this camera is and where this is pointing.
It's in the, oh, sorry.
Just 1 second. I'm going to put something up on the screen. It's People's 25A. And hopefully this will help. So I'm zooming in on 25A. And you see where it says Davis Ace Hardware?
Yes.
Is that where Davis Ace Hardware is?
Yes.
Okay, so there should be a laser pointer on there. Could you point out where this camera is and where it is pointing, kind of what view we're having?
It's going to be from here towards 3rd Street.
Okay, so when you're saying here, there's a white building that says Davis Ace Hardware on there, and you're talking about the kind of south side of that building?
Correct.
And so which way is it pointing?
It's going to be pointing towards 3rd Street.
And so from this video then, are we getting a view of this kind of parking lot that's on the south side of Davis?
Yes.
And is it able to see the area of 3rd and H at all?
Just Yes, 3rd Street, yes.
Okay. And so, after getting the request from law enforcement for the video, did you save the video somewhere?
Onto a flash drive?
And did you turn that over to the officer?
Yes.
So then, other than receiving the request for video, recovering video, and turning it over to officers, did you have any other involvement in the case?
No.
Okay. I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm not concerned about her sitting here either. Mr. Hutchinson, anything?
Very briefly, good afternoon. What times frame were you told to give the officers in terms of the portion of the recording?
It was the night of May 1st. I believe it was around 11 p.m. It's been a while, I don't quite remember.
Did they give you specific instructions as to the time frame they wanted?
Yes.
And the copy that you made, that was in compliance with whatever time frame they gave you?
Yes.
But as you sit here today, you don't have an independent recollection of what time frame they told you?
Not exactly, no.
Thank you, ma'am. Nothing further.
Nothing on that, sir?
No.
Okay, all right, Ms. McAllister's story, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Demora.
Oh, Sergeant Antonio Diaz.
Sergeant Diaz, okay. This is a recall?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Sergeant, come on in to the podium here. Good afternoon again. And we're going to put you on under oath and then the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear this will not give because nothing but the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first name for the record and spell both.
First name is Antonia, last name is Diaz, Antonia Dias.
Okay, great. Mr. Demora, then direct examination.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Diaz.
Good afternoon.
Sergeant Diaz, I know you were with us last week, but a couple more questions as we move through this case. Now, with your involvement in the investigation into the series of stabbings, at some point during the investigation, did you review a series of CCTV recordings from various businesses in downtown Davis?
Some, yes.
When you reviewed those, were you looking, and along with other law enforcement officers, looking for a potential suspect?
Yes.
At the time of reviewing these CCTV videos, had Kimberlee Guillory already been stopped?
Yes.
Based on the information that you and other officers had at the time, what did you believe, or who did you believe you were looking for?
At that time, it was a Hispanic male. Long curly hair, wearing black pants.
One moment. Now, in reviewing these videos, did you find someone that appeared to be of interest to you or other officers?
Yes.
Can you describe what you observed?
I haven't reviewed the video in a couple of years, but from what I recall, it was, someone, a person riding a mountain bike in the downtown area. I don't remember the specific corridor or the street name.
I want to focus on that mountain bike for a second. Can you describe it?
It was black and white, or appeared to be black and white. From what I recall, the video was black and white or maybe infrared, so coloration was off.
And so, after making this observation, did it appear to you that the suspect involved, at least in Ms. Guillory's stabbing, had either arrived to or come from the scene riding this bike?
I would say it was possible.
Now, I want to move ahead in time. You were aware that on May 3rd of 2023, Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And you see Mr. Reales Dominguez in court today?
I do.
Can you point to and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting next to defense counsel. He's wearing what appears to be a blue shirt and a gray suit jacket.
After Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested, did you and other officers go to 762 Hawthorne Lane?
Yes.
What was the purpose of going there?
Sergeant Bestpitch had asked me to go with her to, she wanted to ensure the doors to the home were locked. She said there were some knives that they had, officers had collected from roommates.
You can finish your answer.
And to collect a mountain bike.
So at the time that you were going over there in your capacity as an ERT member?
Yes.
I want to focus on this bike for a second. So you went to 762. Did you locate a mountain bike?
We did.
Where was it?
It was on the south side of the house in the backyard, so behind a wooden fence or gate.
What are we doing?
Showing people's 50. All right, now showing you photo 330. Sergeant Diaz, you recognize this one?
I don't.
Bring up the photograph. Recognize this one?
I do not.
And you recognize 332.
I do.
Okay. And this might have the features and characteristics of the one you observed in the CCTV videos.
Yeah, the tone, the white triangle in the back where the rear wheel is mounted, and the front fork where the front wheel is mounted, the coloration patterns are correct.
Was this the only, and I showed you those two other bikes at the time, was this the only mountain bike that was located at 762 Hawthorne?
I don't recall.
Were those other, are you familiar with the difference between a mountain bike and a road bike?
I am.
Right. Were those first two photographs that showed you considered road bikes?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, after locating the bike, did you and other officers take possession of that and bring it to the Davis Police Department?
We did.
Now I want to go to some other evidence that was contained in the case. Were you aware at the time that Mr. Reales Dominguez was carrying a bag and that bag had a knife in it at the time of his arrest?
Yes.
And did you see both of those items while you were assisting with the investigation?
I did.
So if I may approach with People's 34 and People's 35. Start with 35. Sergeant Diaz, are you familiar with the contents of 35?
It appears to be, from the description on the label, it appears to be the shopping bag that Mr. Dominguez was contacted with.
At some point, you had that in your possession?
I did.
If you wouldn't mind, go ahead and open that up.
Would you like me to remove it?
And Sergeant Diaz, is that the bag that you ended up having possession of at some point during the investigation on May 3rd, 2023?
It is.
When you had possession of that, was it empty and in this crumpled condition as in currently?
No.
And so go into People's 34 off to your left. I'm going to open that. And open.
It is.
Okay, what's in there?
It's a black knife.
And is that the knife that you observed in the bag on May 3rd of 2023?
It could be. I didn't open the contents of the bag. I looked over the top and it was obscured by groceries. So it could be the knife, but I'm not positive.
All right, does it look familiar to what you had observed though?
It does.
And so you said it was obscured by some groceries. What types of groceries were in that bag?
I want to say there was maybe some berries in a plastic container, maybe a loaf of bread. I don't really remember. I didn't pay too close of attention to the food items.
You just recognized that there was food in the bag.
I did.
Now, just one further question. You responded to multiple scenes in this case, multiple stabbing scenes. David Breaux on April 27th, 2023. I believe you were at Karim Abou Najm's on April 29th. You had some involvement, I believe, in Ms. Guillory's on May 1st of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And all those locations are within the city of Davidson, County of Guillory?
They are.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any cross?
Yes. Sergeant Diaz, you mentioned that when you went to pick up the bike, you were given some pocket knives that had been seized from the bedrooms of Mr. Reales Dominguez's housemates.
I don't know where the knives were seized from people. I just had heard that they were taken from the roommates. They were the roommates' knives. They were placed on the driveway of the home.
So you were told these were knives that belonged to the roommates,
Correct.
but you took possession of them?
We did, yes.
Approximately how many knives were taken from the roommates?
I believe there was 2 or 3.
Mr. Torres was the one who actually documented how many knives were taken from the roommates' rooms?
I don't believe so because the knives were taken on the day of the 23rd. I'm not sure who was out there and actually, I just remember seeing them on the driveway when we went to pick them up.
The day of the 23rd or the day of the 3rd?
I'm sorry, the 3rd, May 3rd.
But you are aware that knives belonging to the roommates were seized by Davis Police Department?
Yes,
You were not involved in actually seizing the knives from the location within the home?
not from within inside the home. I may have collected the knives from the driveway. I don't recall.
You remember seeing the knives in the driveway,
Yes,
but you don't recall collecting those knives?
I don't. I mean, I could have. I just don't recall if I did or not.
And none of the knives that were seized from the roommates were illegal to own, correct?
No.
And the knife that is a People's Exhibit 34, that's a legal knife to purchase and own, correct?
Yes.
The reason you seized the roommates' knives was just in the event they could have possibly been used in the crimes.
That's my understanding. Yeah.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Dumar, any redirect?
No.
Okay, Sergeant Diaz, thank you again for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you do me a favor and put the bag back into the evidence bag? Okay, all right. Thank you. Teamwork. I appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Dumar, our next witness.
Recall Sherry Cole.
Okay, thank you. It's Sherry Cole.
Cole, K-O-L-E.
Testified Wednesday, okay. All right, come on in, ma'am. Good afternoon again. Thank you for being here. Right here is good, but we're going to go through that process that you did the other day. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Did you solemnly swear to about to give and the cause nothing but the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Take it easy. Take your first last name to the record. Just vote.
Sherry Kolb, first name S-H-E-R-I, last name K-O-L-B.
All right, Mr. Dumar, direct.
Good afternoon, Ms. Cole.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Cole, I want to go back to April 29th and April 30th of 2023. You talked about, you had processed, you observed the teal Fuji bike and a black Path water bottle on those days?
Yes, sir.
Or to that evening. Showing you People's Exhibit 18, photograph ending in 197. Is this the black Path water bottle that you observed?
It is.
Now, when you processed it, did you swab it for DNA?
I did.
And is this the one where you also did the 3 latent fingerprint cards?
On the water bottle.
Water bottle.
Yes, correct.
Now, looking at photograph ending in 168. Scrolling over to the left right there. Is that the same black Path water bottle that you ended up taking possession of and processing?
It is.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchinson.
Ms. Cole, when you saw the bicycle, it had already been moved from the location from where it was initially found. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Cole, thank you again. Yep, have a great day.
Thank you.
Mr. Demora.
You will recall Detective Alex Torres.
Okay. All right, sir, come on in and stand at the podium. We're going to go through that same process. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Did you solemnly swear to you're about to give and cause nothing for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first last name for the record, spell and vote.
Alex Torres, ALEXTORRES.
Thank you, sir. Mr. DeMora, this would be direct of the recall witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Torres.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, I want to go back a little bit for this. Now, you had mentioned that you had been present during Mr. Abou Najm's autopsy.
Yes.
When you were there, did you witness Dr. Sarah Abid-Schmidt, the pathologist, take fingernail scrapings from Mr. Abou Najm's body?
Yes.
Did you eventually take possession of those and book them in evidence?
Yes.
Was that in order for them to be processed for DNA?
Yes.
Now, on May 1st, 2023 into May 2nd of 2023, are you aware that Kimberlee Guillory was stabbed at her tent on the corner of 2nd and L?
Yes.
Did you respond to that scene as a member of the evidence response team?
Yes, I did.
What was your role there?
My role was team lead for the evidence collection of the scene.
Did you start processing the scene before Sacramento County Sheriff's Office arrived on scene?
Yes.
How did the two agencies work together? How did you divide tasks, if at all?
My role was to explain the type of collection that I believe was required for the scene, to give their team direction as to what I was observing and what is relevant evidence, but also to allow them to make their own decision as to what to collect and why.
And so, as part of that, were you giving them a briefing or a rundown of what you knew had happened the previous evening?
Yes.
So prior to Sacramento Sheriff's CSI team arriving, did you inspect a red and gray tent believed to be Ms. Guillory's?
Yes.
Inside the tent itself, did you see any food items?
Yes.
What did you see?
If I could look at my notes to refresh my recollection.
That's okay with His Honor?
Okay.
I'm refreshed.
And what food items did you find?
From my recollection, it was some sort of animal food item left out for an animal to eat.
Are you familiar with the In-N-Out in Davis?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence that there had been In-N-Out burger in the tent?
From my recollection, I believe there was a cup.
When you were observed, or when you arrived on scene, was Ms. Guillory's tent still in the upright position?
Yes.
Did you do anything to preserve the integrity of the tent, make sure it stayed upright?
Yes.
What'd you do?
made sure that no one touched the tent, and in order to preserve the tent, also hung up different types of protective rain fly because it was raining.
When you put a protective rain fly on it, actually I should step back. When did you first get there on scene?
It was early in the morning. If I could refresh my recollection from my notes. What time I arrived? I'm refreshed.
Okay.
It was around 7:40 in the morning that I was out there.
On May 2nd.
Yes.
The rain fly, did the tent, you're aware that there's like a gray rain fly on that tent?
Yes.
Was that part of the tent or something you added?
That was a part of the tent originally.
Did you put some sort of netting over the tent?
Above the area of the tent, yes. Not physically on the tent.
What was that for?
That was to keep out the rain.
Okay. But I mean, I guess my question is, did you put like some sort of like yarn or something like that over it, the top of the tent to the ground?
Yes. I placed on the north-facing side of the tent, which was not the front entry door of the tent, I placed a grid using equal spaced lines of lanyard on the tent.
Why'd you do that?
In order to break that side of the tent up into different grids or sections so that they can be processed for DNA, touch DNA collection, as well as fingerprint collection.
Was the tent eventually broken up, like cut up into pieces?
Yes.
Do you know whether it was processed for DNA and fingerprints before it was cut up or after it was cut up?
Before it was cut up.
Were you present when that happened?
Yes.
Did you watch both interior and exterior swabs and prints being taken of sections of the tent?
Yes.
And was the processing done by Sacramento County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it was.
Were there grids labeled like C5, C4, and things like that?
Yes.
Did you label those, or did Sacramento County Sheriff do that?
I labeled those.
And did you take possession of those items after they were processed so they could be booked into evidence and sent to a lab for testing?
Yes.
Did you label one of those grid areas D5 exterior?
Yes.
Now, after that was processed, is that when the tent was cut up into pieces and then booked into evidence?
Yes.
Why was it cut up?
To remove the sections that were processed from the rest of the tent and seal those separately from the rest of the tent as it was transported back to the station.
When the tent was processed, had it already rained the night before?
Yes.
Based on your training experience and being a member of the evidence response team, does the rain affect the ability to actually get usable prints and DNA off of an item?
It can, yes.
But you still try?
Yes.
Detective Torres, I want to move forward in time again to May 3rd of 2023. And were you involved at that point in the investigation? Law enforcement and members of the Davis Police Department had arrested Carlos Reales Dominguez, correct?
Yes.
And you see Mr. Dominguez in court today again?
Yes, I do.
When he was arrested, was he eventually, and items that he had in his possession at the time of arrest, eventually brought to the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
Around probably 11:30 p.m. on May 3rd, did you observe any items that you believe or were led to believe were in his possession at that time?
Yes.
What was that?
The items was a bag, a reusable grocery bag.
And did you take possession of that and eventually book it into evidence?
Yes.
Showing you people's 35 and starting with 35. Is that your name on the label of that bag?
Yes, it is.
Does that mean that you were the one who processed that and booked it?
Yes, I was.
All right, if you can open the contents of it. Okay, no, that's the bag that was, you believe that Mr. Dominguez had at the time that he was arrested.
Yes.
When you had it, was it full or was it in the state it's in currently?
It was full.
What items were in there?
There were several grocery items, from my recollection, I believe blueberries, milk, and also a knife.
Knife, looking at exhibit, number 34. You recognize that?
Yes.
Don't mind opening that up. That the knife you saw?
Yes, it was.
Was there anything about, or excuse me, I should say, did you remove the knife or did you just observe it in the bag at the time?
I did remove it from the bag.
How did you handle it?
I was wearing a Tyvek suit, disposable gloves, face mask, and a head covering. I had previously prepared a space to, with the use of butcher paper, to create clean space to be able to inspect the contents of the bag, including this knife.
It sounds like you basically had like a full-blown hazard suit on.
Yes.
And why was that?
I was dealing with potential physical evidence related to a serious investigation to ensure that I did not contaminate the item collected.
Okay, so in terms of picking up and grabbing the knife, did you do any sort of processing of it, meaning DNA, fingerprinting, or did you just book it in evidence?
I took photos of the knife and its condition, up close photos, but then I sealed it inside this box so that a laboratory could handle processing later.
I'm going to approach and show you People's Exhibit 49. Detective Torres, I'm showing you People's Exhibit 49 with several thumbnail photographs on there.
Mm-hmm.
And do you recognize the contents of 49?
Yes.
And how do you recognize these?
These were the photographs that I requested Mariano Lopez take of the knife and that day.
And were you present when Detective Lopez took these photographs?
Yes.
And do these fairly and accurately capture the knife as well as the contents of the bag on May 3rd and May 4th of 2023?
Yes.
photos, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, showing you photo 6964. Is this the bag that we just showed in court today?
Yes.
All right, looking at 6971. Is this a downward facing view of the bag?
Yes.
Okay. Are these the food items that you were just describing and talking about?
Yes.
At this time, is the knife still in the bag, or have you removed it?
Still in the bag.
If we could dim the lights just a little bit. Thank you. Now, in photo 6973, some of the food contents have been removed, but can we see the knife in this photograph?
Yes.
Right. Keep doing. Is that the knife at the, I guess in this photo would be the top of the bag, just behind that looks like an apple or some sort of fruit item?
Yes.
All right, 6974. Is this just a brighter image similar to what we just saw?
Yes.
The knife still in the bag. And 6981, at this point, have you removed the knife from the bag?
Yes.
And is this the same knife that we just saw in People's 34 that's on the witness stand with you?
Yes, this knife.
And photo 7000, what are you doing here?
I'm using a reference scale to capture general dimensions of the knife.
And doing that with a tape measure?
Yeah, just a tape measure.
And photo 7002, this is a zoomed in version of that.
Yes.
Now, in addition to gathering those pieces of evidence and booking them, did you have a chance during the investigation while Mr. Dominguez was at the Davis Police Department to take DNA swabs from him?
Yes.
How did you do that?
It's referred to as a buccal swab. It's simply using cotton swabs to collect saliva, DNA samples from the saliva of the cheeks, interior cheeks.
At the time, was he wearing clothes?
Yes.
What was he wearing?
A black sweater, black pants.
Did you make observations, any observations of his clothing?
Yes.
Was there anything that stood out about them?
Yes.
What was that?
There was noticeable red stains on the front of the sweater, around the area of the drawstrings. Yeah.
Was there any, were there any other stains on other parts of the sweater?
If I could refresh my recollection, look at my notes. I'm refreshed.
Were there any other stains on that sweatshirt?
Yes, on the bottom right front of the sweater, there were droplets of what I suspected was dried blood, and on one of the drawstrings as well.
And if we could get the overhead one more time. And from People's 49, the photo 7009. Detective Torres, is this Mr. Dominguez as you were getting ready to process him for DNA?
Yes.
And are these the clothes that he was wearing at the time you made those observations about suspected blood?
Yes.
No. All right, looking at photo 7024, is this the same sweatshirt?
Just a moment. Can you back up one picture?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. I want to make sure that everyone in the jury got a chance to see the picture. Just a moment, counsel. Okay, thank you.
Now going to photograph 7024, is this the same sweatshirt just removed from Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Now, the laser pointer up there?
Yes, I do.
All right. With that laser pointer, you had mentioned there was some suspected blood on the drawstrings on there. Are you able to identify where those were?
Could you zoom in a little bit more on the drawstrings for me? A little bit more. There we go. Thank you. Near the tip of the left drawstring and the area of the knot.
You zoom out. Are you able to identify where the other suspected blood was that you just testified about?
Could you zoom in on the, from this camera angle, I think it's the bottom left of the sweater. A little bit more. Hard to see. Not from this photo, no, and the lighting.
And when you say the left, is it the left in the photograph or the left side of the actual garment as if you're wearing it?
I believe it was bottom right side of the garment as you're actually wearing it.
So for just directional purposes, we'll just refer to how it is in the photograph then.
Okay.
Detective Torres, when you made these observations, what did you do, if anything, to preserve that evidence?
I took cotton swab samples of both locations that I suspected was blood.
When you say cotton swab samples, are we talking about doing like a similar swab you did to Mr. Dominguez where you swabbed it inside of his mouth, but now you're doing it on the clothing?
It is similar, yes. Same technique. I apply water to the end of a cotton swab, apply the cotton swab to the area of what I suspected was blood, and then applied pressure to try to have the cotton swab absorb as much of that material as I could.
And just to be clear, every time you're swabbing something, you're using basically a new Q-tip, right?
Yes.
And did you do two swabs and label them sample sweater bottom right side?
Yes.
And did you do two other swabs and label them sample sweater strength?
Yes.
And did you book those items into evidence so they could be sent to a lab for testing?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good to see you again, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, sir, I want to ask you about the food items that were found in the bag. We saw they were photographed. Did you take those photographs?
It was Officer Mariano Lopez took the photographs.
Were you present when those were moved, though?
Yes.
So it appears there were 2 packages of bread.
2 packages of bread? Yes.
A container of what is called silk milk.
Yes.
There were 2 apples.
I believe there was 1. I don't remember 2, but yes.
There's at least 1 apple.
Yes.
There was a package of blueberries.
Blueberries, yes.
Then there was a package of blackberries.
I thought it was blackberries, yes.
We'll go back brought back to the Davis Police Department.
Yes.
You didn't go to the scene where Mr. Reales Dominguez was first contacted by law enforcement officers.
No.
The first time you saw him was when he was back at the Davis Police Department.
Yes.
Counsel, can you pull the mic?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you some photos here, sir. Just give me one moment.
A little bit closer. You didn't move it the first time.
You know me with moving microphones, Your Honor. I can't get it together.
It's all good.
So let me. Exhibit 49. 49. Yeah. Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked People's Exhibit 49, photos 969. This is the photo of the bag that Mr. Reales Dominguez had the food items and the knife in.
Yes.
And at the top of this bag where there could have been handles, it appears that those have been ripped off.
Yes.
Based on, the bag is ripped on both sides at the location where there would be handles.
Yes.
Looking at this, obviously you never saw the bag before, you never saw the bag when it was brand new, obviously.
Yes.
But looking at this, does it appear that this bag previously had handles that have been ripped off?
Yes.
You would agree that a bag with handles ripped off is more difficult to carry than a bag with handles?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked photo 6970, again, People's 49. We see, you can see in this photo at least 2 packages of bread.
Yes.
And the silk milk.
Yes.
Now photo 6971, it's a zoomed in photo of the contents of the bag.
Yes.
And with it zoomed in, you can tell that there's 2 packages of Signature Select 100% whole wheat bread.
Yes.
And then it appears a package of blueberries on the right.
Yes.
Now showing you photo 6972 zoomed in again. With this closer view, does it appear to be blueberries?
Yes.
And can you see at least one apple underneath those blueberries?
Yes, I can.
Showing photo 6973. Now, certain items have been removed from the bag.
Yes.
The milk has been removed,
Yes.
or the silk milk to be specific. The whole wheat, 1 package of whole wheat bread has been removed,
Yes.
and 2 appears to be fruit items have been removed.
Yes.
So, zooming in, if you can read upside down, do those appear to be blueberries and blackberries?
Yes.
And again, zooming in, if you can tell, do there appear to be 2 apples in the bag?
Yes, 2 apples.
And then showing you what's been marked, photo 6974, that shows the remaining package of whole wheat bread and the 2 apples that are in the bag with the knife.
Yes.
And photo 6975, that is a close-up of the knife.
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in. At this point, to your knowledge, no one has touched that knife. It has been in the bag the entire time.
To my knowledge, yes.
So in photo 6974, that should be an accurate depiction of how the knife looked when it was first seized by the Davis Police Department.
Yes, in my presence, yes, when it was in front of me.
And photo 6977, that shows the knife in the bag by itself.
Yes,
At that point, all the food items have been removed.
yes,
And photo 6978, that is again a less blurry photo than the previous one.
yes,
And it was at some point after taking this photo that you removed the knife from the bag.
yes,
And 6979, that is another close-up of the bag?
Yes.
The knife?
yep,
Sir, you were aware that Mr. Reales Dominguez was placed in an interrogation room.
yes,
You were aware that for approximately 5.5 hours, he was questioned by Detective Steve Ramos and Detective Matt Muscardini.
There's some relevance.
Well, overruled on that grounds, this is outside of direct, so,
It's actually, I'm going to how he took the photos.
okay, I'll allow for that, but overruled on relevance. Go ahead.
So, and this is just yes or no, did you observe any of that interrogation through a two-way mirror or a video system?
no,
But you were aware when Mr. Reales Dominguez came into the station.
yes,
Approximately 5.5 hours after he was brought to the station, did you go into that interrogation room?
yes,
And for approximately an hour to an hour and a half, you then basically processed Mr. Reales Dominguez.
yes,
You would photograph him,
yes,
then you would have him remove an item of clothing,
yes,
then you would photograph that item,
yes,
then you would go on to another item of clothing.
yes,
And you did this methodically for each item he was wearing.
yes,
And ultimately, you kept going until he was only in his underwear.
yes.
Then he was, did you have him remove his underwear at that point or later?
I'd have to refer to my notes.
At some point, he was given, you recall him for some period of time being in the room with just his underwear on.
Yes,
After you were done processing, he was given kind of like a paper gown, or was he given some sort of gown so he wouldn't be completely naked?
yes,
After removing all of Mr. Reales Dominguez's clothing and photographing it, you took fingernail clippings from him?
yes,
You also took a buckle sample from him?
yes.
Did you take a hair sample from him?
If I could refer to my notes, I do not recall.
That's fine.
Yeah,
But you took multiple evidentiary samples.
yes,
Would it be fair to say that you were extremely methodical in how you went about taking these samples from Mr. Reales Dominguez?
yes,
And you would give him direction on what to do?
yes.
And he would follow your direction?
From what I recall, yes.
Do you recall if he ever said anything to you?
I don't recall.
He stood there perfectly still while you processed him.
I believe so, yes.
He would move when you directed him to move.
Yes,
You were able to observe that he had long, kind of stringy hair.
yes,
Could it be dirty hair?
yes,
just based on your general observations, he did not appear to be someone who had taken a shower recently. Would you agree?
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Reales Dominguez having a distinct body odor?
I don't recall.
You did notice that he appeared to be extremely thin.
Yes.
And you noticed that when you were photographing him.
Yes.
Like to show you an exhibit. It's, again, People's 49. This is a photograph of Mr. Reales Dominguez in his underwear.
Yes.
This is a profile of him.
Yes.
And you can see the long, kind of stringy, dirty hair.
Yes.
And also, this shows the left side of his rib cage.
Yes.
You can see multiple ribs are visible.
Yes.
I'm zooming in. And you were able to notice that when you took these photographs of Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
During the time you were, for actually an hour, hour and a half that you were processing him, this was all recorded on a video surveillance system.
To my knowledge, yes.
Basically, everything you said and did in that room with Mr. Reales Dominguez was recorded.
I believe so, yes.
Did you ever watch the recording?
No.
You said Mr. Reales Dominguez, you don't recall him saying anything to you.
I don't recall that, no.
You don't recall him moving unless you told him to move.
Yes.
Do you recall him making eye contact with you at all, other than when you told him to look up for photographs?
I don't remember.
One moment here, Honor. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time. He is under defense subpoena for next week, though.
Okay, all right, thank you for the heads up on that. Okay, Mr. Dumar, any redirect?
I need to confirm with defense momentarily.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Before I stipulate something, Your Honor, I just want to
No, please, we have a second. What do you need to do?
I just have some additional questions.
Yeah, foundation, go ahead.
I just want to be clear, those photographs that were taken by Officer Lopez, you were present and saw him doing that.
Yes.
So you have personal knowledge those photos are accurate.
Yes.
That's fine, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Then we have a stipulation on 49. And just one question for Detective Torres. Actually, maybe two questions. Are you familiar with soap milk?
Yes.
Is that almond milk?
Yes. It can be, yes.
No further questions?
Okay. All right, thank you, counsel. All right, Detective Torres, thank you again.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Mr. Demora, I'd like to use 5 minutes on a witness. Do you have one?
Yes, I do. We'll start with Detective, actually we'll call Linda Schwinn for a little short.
Linda Schwinn, okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. So we're going to go through this process again, and I'm going to have the clerk swear you in, then you're going to take a witness stand. We're going to take a break in a few minutes, but I wanted to get you warmed up and get you started. Who knows, maybe we'll get through it.
All right.
So, go ahead.
You do solemnly swear to you're about to give, you cause nothing from this court, to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, please be seated. Okay, your first and last name, director, you spell them both.
Linda Schwend, Linda Schwend.
Okay, Mr. Vanderhook, your witness. Correct.
Good afternoon. What's your job?
I'm a police service specialist with the Davis Police Department.
Is that a police officer position?
It is not.
What do you do as a police service specialist?
I, in this case, assist investigations unit with investigations, handle online crime reports. I also hold the collateral of evidence response team member.
Yeah, we got that. That was Tuesday, May 6th. Yeah, thank you.
And then, in this case, did you perform any work in collecting a surveillance video from downtown Davis from May 1st and the area, the time frame of May 1st to May 2nd of 2023?
I did.
And would that include collecting surveillance video from Helmus Optometry?
It did.
And so I have here People's Exhibit 25A up on the screen. And so 25A on the screen, zooming in. Are you able to see on 25A where Helmus Optometry is?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's basically the intersection of 2nd and C Street.
Okay, so when you say 2nd Street, C Street, you're referring to...
that build up and to the left. Yes, that building there on the corner.
So when you say the building there on the corner, you're referring to the building that is just on the north side of 2nd with the brown roof between B and C.
Correct.
And with respect to Helmus Optometry, we were able to recover in the surveillance video from that location.
Yes.
Okay, I may have first concern.
Okay.
So I'm coming over with what's been marked as People's 26H. Okay, we'll skip 26H for now. Did you collect any video from any other businesses?
I did.
And did you collect video from Blue Peak Credit Union?
I did.
Where is, so I still have People's 25A on the screen. Are you able to see where Blue Peak Credit Union is?
Yes.
Where is that?
It's at the intersection of 2nd and B Street.
Okay, and can you point that out on People's 25A?
It would be the white building at 2nd and B on the north side of the,
And so you're talking on the north
Right
side
there, yeah.
of 2nd and just east of B?
correct.
And so these two businesses, Helmus and Blue Peak, are right next to each other then on Second Street, kind of between C and D.
Correct,
And both of them are on the north side of the street?
correct.
And so these camera recordings that you're getting, are they, what direction are they facing?
The Helmus was facing Second Street, and then they had a camera that faced the, kind of diagonally across their parking lot, covering the corner of Second and C. Blue Peak covered Second Street and B Street.
Okay, I gotta stop you there. I told you we were gonna take a break. Thank you for starting and stopping with me, but I do want to give them a timely break. So we'll see you in 15 minutes. Your
Okay.
excuse as a witness. To the jury, enjoy your break. Remember the three-part admonition at all times. Thank you. Counsel, enjoy your break. Off record. Torres, I'm going to have you just retake the witness stand. You've been called twice, at least twice, I think actually maybe 3 times already.
Yeah.
And in event, you understand that you're under oath.
Yes, I do.
Yes, great. So Mr. Van Hook, Detective Torres is now your witness for direct again.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
During the break, did we look at photographs on people's 24, which was some of the scene photos from Al between 2nd and 3rd?
Yes, it was.
Specifically, did we look at a photo of what's been known as Kimberlee Guillory's tent?
Yes.
And from the photos, could you see what the make and model of that particular tent was?
Yes, I could.
And so here we have set up in the courtroom people's 29. Are you able to see the tent?
Yes.
And what is the make and model of this giant tent in the courtroom?
Flatwood 2-4.
And what's the manufacturer?
That is a Coleman.
And so is this the same make model tent as Kimberlee Guillory's tent?
Yes.
Is it in fact the same color scheme as Kimberlee Guillory's tent?
Yes.
And so I want to ask you about kind of the dimensions of the tent. When you saw the, well, sorry, I want to ask you about the makeup of the tent first, and then I'll ask you about some of the dimensions. Do you see this gray part of the tent versus the maroon portion?
Yes.
What is the gray portion and what is the maroon portion?
That is the rain fly, is the gray portion. The maroon portion is the actual side wall of the tent.
And so is the rain fly separate or detachable from the rest of the tent?
Yes.
And so when you were at the scene in 2nd and L and you're looking at Kimberlee Guillory's tent, did you see the tears and or cut marks in the tent?
Yes.
And where were they?
From my recollection, around the center area of the tent, about, for my height, around mid chest, like bottom rib cage, down to about, for my estimation, about my ankles. So an area of maybe 3-ish feet.
Well, let me ask you this. Were any of the cuts below the rain fly? Or, sorry, in the rain fly?
You know, I do not recall.
Referring to photographs of the tent refreshment.
Yes, it would.
And first one, Mr. Young?
Okay.
So I have people's 24. So I have people 24, and I'm showing you image ending in 975. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Is there any cuts or tears to the rain fly?
No.
And so, and the tent was equipped with the rain fly at the time?
Yes.
And so, given that there is no cuts in the rain fly, can you show us on this tent where the cuts and or tears you saw?
Yes, if I may approach.
Okay, that's fine. Absolutely, counsel.
So there was a cut that led from about mid-range up here down, and then another side cut this direction from right to left, but there's also one in the middle up to down.
Now, in the setup that we have here in the courtroom, all 4 corners of the rain fly are connected. In the photos, we can see that kind of one was loose.
Yes.
Looking at the photograph of the tent, did the one loose rain fly strap greatly alter the height of the rainfly as it was on the tent?
Yes, it was skewed up to about here. A little bit lower to about there. It was at an angle.
So do you see this black portion that's kind of a see-through mesh on there?
Yes.
Was it skewed up so that you could see any portion of that?
No.
Okay, so the highest it would have been skewed up is in a location where you still could not see this black mesh.
Yes.
Okay, so given that then, what is the height that the knife would have gone through the tent, given the rainfly was either on fully or may have been with one strap loose at the time?
We put it about 2 feet high, maybe 2.5.
All right, and so otherwise it would have to come under the rainfly to do it.
Yes.
Understood. Now, is this tent accurate as far as the dimensions of the tent that Ms. Guillory was in?
Yes.
So I'm going to remove the rainfly and we'll rotate the tent. If you can do me a favor and just turn the tent so that the front faces.
Absolutely.
So now that we have the front facing the jury, is this the entrance to the tent?
There? No. This is the entrance.
So the part with the zipper that's facing the jury is the entrance?
Yes, this is the entrance to the tent.
All right, and with respect to the entrance, what side of the tent were the cut / and/or tear marks that you observed?
It would be, if you're looking at the front door of the tent, it is the left side of the tent where the tears were.
So if we rotate it to the left, and we're looking at the same side that was facing the jury before.
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, any cross?
Yes. No, we can. So, sir, when the fly was on,
Yes.
there was a black strap that was pulled down, connecting to the bottom.
Yes. This side.
And that pulled the rain fly, it pulled it tight.
Yes, it created tension.
Okay. Did you set up this tent?
This tent?
Yes.
No.
Who set it up?
This tent here?
Yeah.
I'm assuming it was council.
Okay. Which council are you referring to?
Fritz Fender.
Okay. So you weren't present when you set it up?
No.
You came into court and you saw this tent here, correct?
Yes.
And you commented to him, I thought you were going to bring in the real tent.
Yes, I did.
Okay. By real tent, you're actually referring to the one that Kimberlee Guillory had.
The original tent, yes.
Okay. Why did you think he was going to bring in the real tent?
Well, hold on. Can I have you sit back down?
All right, sorry.
My bad. That's true.
So, Mr. Hutchinson, you need to stand though. That tent has been put
Can we just move it back this way for now?
Yeah, let's move it back.
Got it, Fritz?
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg, I appreciate it.
Repeat the question.
You commented when you saw this, I thought you were going to bring in the real tent.
Yes.
Why did you believe he was going to bring in the real tent?
With the other items that were presented at court, there were the original items that I collected as evidence.
Okay. You've never seen this tent before today?
That tent?
Yes.
No.
You didn't purchase it?
No.
So your testimony that it's the exact same tent with the exact same dimensions is based on your eyeball view and comparing it with the photos, correct?
Yes.
But the real tent is still in evidence.
Yes.
You have that.
I physically?
Well, it's at the Davis Police Department.
Yes. My estimation is at the Davis Police Department.
And even though some samples have been taken from it, it can still be set up.
Yes, it can be.
It may be a little bit difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Are you like me, that you have difficulty setting up a tent, period?
No, well, no, it's not that. It's not. There's other reasons. Essentially, due to biohazard, that's why I'm hesitant.
But physically, it can still be set up.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And even if you didn't want to bring it into court, you could set it up at the Davis Police Department and take video or photographs of it.
I could. I believe so,
And that
yes.
would eliminate the biohazard issue.
Yes.
But you brought other items into court that presented biohazard issues, correct?
Yes.
You brought all of Mr. Breaux' clothing.
Yes.
You brought all of Mr. Abou Najm's clothing. Or did you bring Mr. Abou Najm's clothing?
No.
You do have that, though.
I believe so, yes.
And Mr. Breaux' clothing had much more blood than the tent. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So, and you described the cuts to the tent. You arrived the following morning.
Yes.
And approximately what time was that?
It was around 7:40 to 7:45 in the morning.
And sir, when you first saw the cuts to the side of the tent, you saw a vertical cut and a horizontal cut.
Yes.
You have no personal knowledge who made those cuts.
No.
Okay. You assumed it was done by the person who had stabbed Miss Guillory. That was your assumption, right?
Yes.
So you assume the person who stabbed Miss Guillory made one slicing motion down vertically and another slicing motion horizontally.
Yes. Higher up than where your hand motion, but yes.
Did anyone ever advise you that immediately after Miss Guillory was stabbed, when her people next door came to the scene and the suspect was already gone, that the hole in the tent was simply basically a puncture wound the size of a tissue?
No.
No one ever told you that?
No.
That's been marked.
This is a defense exhibit F.
Thanks for the record.
And so, sir, you don't know if in order to get Miss Guillory out of the tent, some other person, maybe a first responder, cut the tent completely. You have no information if that happened, correct?
No.
Until this day, it's been your assumption that the person who made the cut marks was the person who stabbed Miss Guillory.
Yes.
Now, sir, I'd like to show you, is the tent blocking screen?
I don't know until you put the screen up, and then we'll ask the jury to take it.
I can take it down.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put a picture up, and then I think it's going to block it. You offered Mr. Vanderbilt, it just takes a second.
Yeah.
We're done.
So I'm showing you what's been marked People's Exhibit 24?
24.
24. This is photo 7496984. Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Now, this photograph was taken after you'd already arrived at the location.
No.
Well, the grid that has been set up, did you set up that grid or did somebody else do it?
I set it up.
Okay, so if the grid is the grid visible in this?
Yes.
So this photograph was taken sometime after you arrived at the location, given that the grid is set up.
I mean, yes.
Yeah, I'm probably confusing. I
Yeah.
apologize. When you first arrived, there was no grid on the tent.
Yes.
You created this grid.
Yes.
You created it with, you didn't say string. What did you say it was?
Lanyard string?
Lanyard string. And you used standard issue binder clips to hold that lanyard string in place.
Yes.
And you clipped the binder clips to the tent.
Yes.
And as you can see, these binder clips on both sides are clipping the rain fly to the poles.
Yes.
It was not like that when you appeared.
No.
There was nothing clipping the rain fly to the poles.
No.
And again, on the right side, you can see here the strap that holds the rain fly to the ground. That is pulled, is connected to the ground on that.
Yes, with tension.
With tension. If you know, can you adjust the tension on these tents?
I don't recall if you can.
And by adjust the tension, you can make it tighter or looser depending on how you set it up.
Yes.
But on this side, the strap is not connected to the bottom.
Yes, not connected to the bottom.
So there's no tension.
No tension.
The black strap is going into the tent.
Yes.
It's hanging loose.
Yes.
And you can see that the rain fly goes up on your right side. It goes up further on the right side than it does on the left.
Yes.
And you have no personal knowledge as to what condition that rain fly was before you arrived.
No, I don't.
Did just 1 second, sir. And who took these pictures? Do you remember?
Go back to them, please.
I want you to plug back in.
Oh, sorry.
Or could you tell me the item number from the case for the evidence item?
I can't, sir. Sorry.
It would either have been ERT member Shannon Hall, which I believe those photos were ERT Shannon Hall, because the other set of photos were handled by Sac Sheriff Department ERT member Lops.
And that's Mr. Lopes?
Lopes.
Mr. Lopes arrived after Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Did you arrive before Ms. Hall?
With Miss Hall.
But it appears you set up the grid on the tent before Ms. Hall started taking pictures.
I believe we did initial photographs first to show the condition of the scene unaltered. Then when I set up the grid, had her continue with photographs from my recollection.
So you believe there should be pictures without the grid?
There should be pictures, yes, without the grid.
Taken by Ms. Hall?
I believe so, yes.
I'm
If I could.
not going to have you go through every picture, but um, just a moment. Can you pull it back up? I'm showing you what's been marked. This is again People's Exhibit 24. This is photo 749-8061, correct?
Yes. Yes, it is.
But this appears to be a close-up of the puncture or cut to the tent,
Yes.
but we still see the green lanyard string.
Green lanyard string, yes.
So it appears, and now I'm showing you photo 064. Once again, we still see the string.
Yes.
Photo 067, still see the string.
Yes.
And photo 070, still see the string.
Yes.
Prior to Ms. Hall beginning taking photos, to your knowledge, did anyone else take photos prior to that of the tent?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir. We'll see you again.
Yeah, no
Thank
good.
you. Andrew?
Thank you, sir.
Anything on the tent? Anything else?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Sir, what about video? Was there a video?
Oh, yes.
And who took the video?
If I could look at my notes to refresh my recollection.
If that would help, this is.
Yes, it would. 1983. I'm refreshed. I took video of the scene.
Understood.
Yeah.
I'm approaching what's been marked as People's 51. And there's a single video on People's 51. I'm going to open it for you and then ask you some questions about it.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see People's 51?
Yes.
Is this the video you shot at the scene?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the scene at the time?
Yes.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Okay. Are we gonna see something we haven't seen in the pictures? I mean, I feel like I'm up against 352 on this.
This is before the.
Oh, before the grid, okay. Defense was asking about it, so, yeah.
Okay, sir, People's 51 is the video for you.
4 minutes.
Exterior scene, L Street between 2nd and 3rd Street,
So there's a
adjacent to the bricked-in PG&E yard. Case number 23-1983.
there's a voice
Videographer.
on the video. Whose voice is
Corporal
That's my voice.
May 2nd, 1983.
Alright, so I'm gonna pause the video at 34 seconds, and I'm gonna just advance a little bit toward closer to the tent. And so I'm advancing to the 1 minute mark, and I'm gonna resume playing from there. pause it at 1:58 and advance it till we can get to the 10 again. I'm gonna resume at 2:48. I'm gonna stop it at 3:46. Were you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
So, moving the video just a little bit forward to 3:30 and stopping it at that point, are you able to see that same kind of loose black rainfly strap that was talked about earlier?
Yes, this one right here that I'm indicating with the laser.
And is this video of the tent before any kind of grid was applied to the tent?
Yes.
And so this is the same kind of loose strap that you and I talked about when we were looking at the demonstrative tent.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to take that down. I just put a couple follow-up questions relating to the tent at Davis PD, the actual tent from the scene.
Yes.
Is it in one piece?
No.
Do you recall how many different items it was booked as in evidence?
From my recollection, minimum 4, but I believe 5 different separate items.
Okay, and it's just the tent with the rainfly, why is it being booked as so many different items?
Well, you have the actual physical tent itself. However, the face that was processed for DNA and fingerprinting, we cut away those sections and individually packaged them. So those sections, I believe, were split off into 4 pieces. And then with the rainfly, that'd be 5. And then the tent would be 6.
So you cut out an entire side of the tent and booked them as separate items.
Yes.
And so if we did bring the tent in and set it up, it would not appear as it did at that time.
No.
No additional questions.
Thank you, counsel.
Yes, we put back up.
Are you putting a picture, or do you want the courtesy of the video?
I have the video.
Okay, so,
Say it again, Mr. Moore.
51.
Sir, you remember when the tent that was set up by Mr. Vander?
Yeah.
You give an estimate of the height on that tent?
Yes.
What did you say, about 2 feet?
No, not the height of the tent, the height of the zip, how high the rainfly was above the ground.
And what was the estimate you gave?
2.5 feet, somewhere around there, based on that setup.
Looking at this video,
Mm-hmm.
is the rainfly that Mr. Vanderhook set up an accurate depiction of the height of the rainfly in the video that you first saw? Or is the rainfly in the video noticeably higher?
It is noticeably higher.
I have nothing further, thank you.
okay, anything on that?
When we talked about the mesh window, is it higher than the mesh window?
Yes, it is. It's higher than mesh window because the tent that was set up has a mesh window. I don't believe this one has a mesh window.
Okay,
Unless it's higher up, I don't see. But
good question, hang on.
because,
And so I'm going to put it back on the screen, the video, and I'm going to take it to,
there's a slight mesh. Oh, there it is. All right.
37 seconds. Is
Mhm.
there a mesh window?
There is, yes, it is.
Okay, so this time and the demonstration are the same?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further.
Okay, listen, that's a very narrow redirect. So we're almost done here.
I understand.
All right.
Doesn't it appear that the mesh window on this is higher than the tent that Mr. Vanderhoek set up?
Yes, it also appears that maybe the two legs on the left and right side are closer than the how it was set up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and so it may be that this is close to the same tent, but it's actually a little bit different than Miss Guillory's tent.
It's possible.
You've never inspected the two tents to determine if there's any differences.
No.
Nothing.
Okay, that's it. We're done.
Yeah.
All right. Torres, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, have a great day. I'm assuming you're not being recalled today. So if you are subject to recall. Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. DeMore, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yeah. You're calling one this one.
This one, we'll get her back on. She was last on, she located for us on a map, Blue Creek. Ms. Schwinn, go ahead and take your witness stand. Thank you again for your patience. Just focusing the jury, there were two surveillance videos that were at issue, or two sources, I should say, Helms Optometry and Blue Creek Credit Union she'd been asked about. Right, and I think we're on direct, and that's Mr. Vanderhoek's witness. She just authenticating these videos for us, or are we going to use her to playing?
We'll play a small, very small portion here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to try again with People's 26H, talking about Helmus optometry. I'm going to open up the first video that's titled East Front. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
And is this the video that you recovered from Helmus Optometry?
Appears to be.
And when you collected the video, I see that this video has a timestamp. Did you look at whether the timestamp that's reflected in the video is accurate with relation to the timestamp in the store?
I received the video from a separate source, so I was not able to verify if the store cameras itself and that those images were the same.
What source did you get the video from?
The company that runs their security system.
Understood. And so you didn't personally do the review then?
No, I did not.
And based on your knowledge of the area of Helmus and downtown Davis, does this appear to be a shot of Helmus optometry video from looking down on 2nd Street?
Yes.
And so did you conduct a review of the video to see if you could see anyone of interest on there?
On the Helmus, I believe that I noticed the person that they were interested in trying to locate pass in front of, I think, the camera that points towards the C Street parking. But I turned the, like I said, I basically collected the video, made sure that it functioned, and turned it over to Detective Ramos.
I'm in publisher.
Okay. This is 26H.
Yeah, I'm objecting to the Christian Foundation at this point.
Okay, sustained. I mean, he can get a witness in here. That's what you're asking, okay. Foundation.
We'll move on now.
Okay.
I'm going to approach you with what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 26G. You had mentioned collecting video from Blue Peak. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
And getting the video from Blue Peak. Are you able to see that okay?
The screen.
Sorry.
There we go.
You able to see that okay?
Yes.
Does this appear to be the video that you collected from Blue Peak Credit Union?
Yes.
Now, for this one, did you get it from somebody, or did you go and collect it personally from Blue Peak?
I went to Blue Peak and spoke with the manager, watched the video on his screen, and then he connected me with their tech person who forwarded the video to me.
Okay, so you watched it once at Blue Peak, and then you were able to get a copy of it.
Correct.
And so I'm going to open the second video on there. This appears to be another angle, also from Blue Peak.
Yes.
And third one, it's a shot from interior of a building looking out through doors. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Is this another video that you obtained from Blue Peak?
Yes.
And for these, were you able to confirm the timestamps for whether or not the timestamps in these videos were accurate or not?
Yes.
And for these, what did you learn about timestamps on the videos?
I learned that they're approximately 2 minutes slow.
And so are these videos that then you then turned over to Detective Ramos as well?
Correct.
And so is Detective Ramos then the kind of person in charge of looking at all the videos and putting the videos together as far as looking at what the videos overall show?
Yes.
I don't know anything further.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any cross?
You said it's approximately 2 minutes slow. Approximately 2 minutes is a range. Can you tell us specifically how far off it is? 2 minutes 20 seconds, 2 minutes 10 seconds?
When I spoke to the company who sent it, I asked them how far it was off, and that's what their reply was 2 minutes.
So they told you it was 2 minutes off?
Correct.
You never observed footage in real time and compared it to a phone?
I did that too, yes. But I do not recall if it was 2 minutes and 5 seconds or exactly 2 minutes.
Did you note that in your report?
That it was 2 minutes off, yes.
Okay. Did you note the specific?
No, I did not.
Do you think it was exactly 2 minutes off, or was that an approximation?
I don't recall.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any redirect on that? No. All right, Mr. Schwann, thank you for your testimony and your patience with the court this afternoon. Have a good night. Okay, Mr. DeMora.
People call Detective Ryan Mez.
Last name again?
Mez?
Mez, yes. All right, Detective, good afternoon. Come on in and stand here at the podium.
Sir.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Clerk will give you the oath and then take the witness stand.
Did you solemnly swear that you are to give and cause nothing but the court to do the truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Proceed. Take your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Ryan Mez, Ryanmez.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMora, direct.
Good afternoon, Detective Mez.
Afternoon.
Where do you work?
Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I'm currently assigned to investigations.
As a detective?
Yes.
And as a sworn peace officer?
Yes.
How long have you been a peace officer?
Just over 19 years.
And prior to working for the Davis Police Department, did you work for the Yolo County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And were you a peace officer there as well?
Yes.
You were involved in the investigation of the 3 stabbings that took place in Davis on April 26th or 27th April 29th and May 1st of 2023?
Yes.
On May 3rd of 2023, around 5:14 p.m. in the evening, were you told to go somewhere?
Yes.
Like, where was that?
Safeway.
Why is that?
I was asked to get video surveillance from the store manager.
At that time, were you aware that Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez had been arrested?
Yes.
Had you physically seen him at that point?
Not at that point. I was eventually given a photograph of him during the contact as to what to look for and who to look for on video surveillance.
At that time, had you been given information that Mr. Dominguez may have gone into or left Safeway?
Yes.
And I'm sorry if you said it, which Safeway did you go to?
The one on Cal.
That in the Cobell Marketplace?
Correct.
Along 113?
Yes.
Highway 113?
Yes.
And were you able to, did you meet with an individual by the name of Katie McCann who pulled up surveillance video for you?
Yes.
With the, you said you received the picture, and describe the picture you received.
It was of a Hispanic male adult, shoulder length hair, down, wearing a black zip up hoodie with white drawstrings, black Adidas pants with the 3 white stripes running on the outside of the pants along the leg. He was wearing black socks and black slides or sandals.
And when you went to Safeway, were you and Ms. McCann able to locate that same person in the video surveillance?
Yes.
Based on the individual you saw in there, or the person you were looking for, do you know that, or did you learn that to be Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
And at some point, did you see Mr. Reales Dominguez either before he was taken into custody or afterwards when he left the Davis Police Department?
I didn't see him before other than the photograph, so it would have been after.
And did the person that you identified in the video, was that in fact Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez that you saw later on?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you, if I may approach, Ron?
Okay.
Stipulate foundation. Thank you. We have a stipulation for People's 32.
Okay.
Right, and looking at People's Exhibit 32 on the screen, is this in fact the surveillance video that you and Ms. McCann pulled or brought up from Safeway on Cobell?
Correct. That's one of the camera angles.
So if you hit play, does it bring up 6 different camera angles?
It should.
All right, Detective Meadows, are these the 6 different camera angles that you observed on May 1st of 2023? Or 3rd of 2023?
Correct.
Now, if you can, in these, and are all these synced to the same time to show different locations in the store?
Correct.
And I believe you have a laser pointer up there. When you see Mr. Reales Dominguez in one of the cameras, can you use that laser pointer to point to him and also to say which camera it's on?
So that should be, oh, hold on. It should have been at the very start of the video. Oh, should be the doors south entrance, I believe. Mr. DeMore, which camera angle are you wanting me to look at? Because at some point he crosses all of these cameras.
Right, when you see him pop into a camera, just let us know, we'll pause it, and then you can identify him. And if he moves across camera, that's just narrated for you.
I mean, Your Honor, it's kind of hard to see from here. If I can,
Okay, stop it for a second. Do you need to,
can we individually make each screen? If you go left, no. Yeah. And you can divide it. There we go. So if you back up.
south entrance looking at it, single screen on?
Correct. That's him right there. So the video starts with him halfway striding into the store already.
You want to get the timestamp on a record?
It says timestamp 3:50:39.518 p.m. on Wednesday, May 2023. On the top, it would be, that was the bottom one. Top is 5/3/2023, 3:50:40.136 p.m.
So that's the only time that he gets into this camera angle.
Right, switching from door south entrance.
The next camera he gets,
It's the dairy middle.
it should be him right there.
Pause it. Right. Top timestamp 5/3/2023 at 3:51:20 p.m. Bottom timestamp 3:51:20.954 p.m. And in that dairy middle video we just watched, were you able to observe something in his hand?
He had a like a reusable shopping bag. I believe it had a pumpkin on it.
Is that something that you are aware of was recovered from him when he was arrested?
Correct.
So switching to the camera, meat sales.
It's kind of upside down. It's him right there.
Pause it. All right, timestamp, top timestamp 5/3/2023, 3:51:41 seconds, 4:08 p.m. Bottom timestamp 3:51:41.439 p.m. Even though it's upside down, text message, what does it look like Mr. Reales Dominguez is doing right here?
He pulls what looks to be 2 loaves of bread off the shelf and plays into his basket or his shopping bag that he has with him.
Switching videos to produce back.
There he is right there.
Top timestamp 5/3/2023, 3:53, 15 seconds, about 3:05 p.m. Bottom timestamp 3:53:15, 0.314 p.m. Thank you, Madam. In reviewing this, what did Mr. Dominguez appear to be doing?
Grocery shopping. He stopped at the produce section, right in the middle of the produce section. I don't know if it's fruits or vegetables that he's standing in front of, but eventually we'll go to the produce wall to our right, his left, before making another, placing another item inside his bag.
As we're watching this, other than the information that you had been provided, that he had been arrested and you were given a photograph of who to look for, was there anything that jumps out to you about how Mr. Reales Dominguez is walking or behaving in the store?
He looked at every other customer that's inside that store right now.
Going to the produce front.
So there he is standing to the left. Oh, sorry, looked like it backed up. Where's that? There he is, right there, still holding his bag.
Timestamp, top timestamp, 5/3/2023, 3:53, 25 seconds, 0.183 p.m. Bottom timestamp 3:53:25, 0.161 p.m. Is this similar to the previous, are we in the same area, just the opposite camera in the produce section?
Correct.
Which direction is he headed right now?
Towards the exit. And there's Mr. Dominguez right there in the background. Going to be walking directly towards the camera.
This is doors mid-exit. We're at 3:54:26, 0.536 p.m. Top timestamp, bottom timestamp 3:54:26, 0.546. Now that exit right there, are those the cashier stands and places to purchase your items?
Yes.
Based on what we saw right there, did Mr. Reales Dominguez walk straight through those?
He made no attempt to go to a cash register that was open.
And after this, to your understanding, he left away and then ended up being arrested by officers.
Correct.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
How are you doing?
Good, how you doing?
Good. So you testified he looks like every other person in that store, other than the fact that he was selecting food items.
and he was walking, what other similarities does he have to the other people in there? That is the basis of your statement that he looks like everybody else in that store.
He didn't look erratic or like he was running from anybody. He was casually walking.
Sir, what are the negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
I'm not a doctor, I have no idea.
You received any training on the negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Not that I recall sitting here today.
What are the positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Objection, foundation, calls for an expert opinion.
No, overruled, if you know.
I don't know.
You received any training on recognizing either the negative or positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Not that I can recall sitting here today.
So, he was he was selecting food, he was walking, and you said he didn't appear to be running. What else did you see in that video that you said is the same as everybody else in the store?
He had a bag with him, like many other customers may have with him.
Well, most people appeared to have shopping carts or shopping baskets in that video, correct?
From what I can remember, yes.
So the fact that he had a bag that he brought in from outside the store, that was different than the other people in the video.
I'd have to watch the entire video again.
You saw other people talking with each other in the video?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Reales Dominguez speak to anybody?
No.
How many people in the video did you see just walk out of the store without paying for anything?
I didn't see anybody else.
The only person you saw in the video who walked out of the store without paying for anything was Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Other than the mother and maybe son of that angle of him walking out of the store, they also walk in the same direction as he was going to be walking. I couldn't tell if they had anything in their hands or if they were paying for something or walking out of the store or something.
They appear to be that mother and it appeared to be her children. They appear to be speaking to each other, engaging in conversation.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you, counsel. Any redirect?
No.
Okay, Detective Mess, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Who do you have lined up?
I actually sent our last two witnesses home for the day, Your Honor. I'm back tomorrow.
That's fine. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that completes our work together today. So tomorrow's Wednesday. I don't have any major update on the schedule other than we expect it to work a normal day on Wednesday, on Thursday, and on Friday, except we're going to leave at 3 p.m. on Friday. So that's the schedule that's set right now. As soon as I get any information that alters that, I will update you. Absolutely critical to remember, I say it quickly, sometimes I shorthand it, but justice does not work if you go home and talk to people and hear things about this. You cannot look at any news coverage on TV or newspapers. You can't talk to your closest friends and families about this case. You need to absolutely stay away from researching. If you go by the scene of the crime, in this case, or the scenes that are discussed through testimony, just proceed. Don't stop to look or investigate. It's absolutely critical that when you go in to deliberate, that you have an open mind, that you will exercise your independent judgment and discretion after deliberating with 11 fellow other jurors, and the only thing you base this on is the testimony and the evidence that's admitted in this trial. That's the only way we get a fair trial. So I just wanted to remind you of that, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9:30 for another day. All right, thank you, folks. Have a good night.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power